Hello and welcome to this, our 160th live stream, the synchronicity of 13,000 subs. Okay, now we haven't quite hit 13,000 yet. We are at 12,998 subs. We're really only 2 away. We'll either hit that by the end of the stream or by tomorrow morning, so it's no big deal. But the synchronicity part is a reference to our Monday video on synchronisms, which if you haven't watched that, go back and watch that later on. We also ask that if you are considering doing our Egypt tour in the coming months, that you please sign up for that so our provider knows that you're interested. And apart from that, you know, it's the same as always, where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. And the rules are the same as always. So, for those of you who haven't been here before, super chats have priority. It's true on every YouTube channel. You should know that already. I shouldn't even have to say that one. We do take non-super chat questions, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of it, so my producer can see them and alert me to them. If there's no Q and colon, we don't see it. It doesn't exist. Okay? If you are going to post a non-super chat question, only post it once. No question spamming. If we catch you question spamming, your question is disqualified for the night. If it relates to a verse in the Bible or a foreign word, we do need a little bit of context. So, in the case of a verse in the Bible, include what book it's from, what chapter and verse. If it's a foreign word, we ask that you tell us what language you think it's in and what you think it means, just so that we can sort of narrow down the question. And that was the next one. And if you sponsor a super chat, we ask that you only sponsor one question from the super chat. And please retype your question in your sponsorship so we know, so we don't have to go hunting for it. All right? So with that said, let's get into the questions. Now, we've hit 12,999. We're one away from 13,000. Okay. TBD is already a sponsored one we're going to take. So, excellent. So we'll wait till the super chat for that one then. Okay, so let's go and let's do a couple of non-super chats here. We didn't get very many. It was actually really quiet this week for some reason. So there wasn't a whole lot of non-super chats. But I'll take this one here. Let me explain. Followers of the Shepherd. And he's got another one that we were going to take anyway, but somebody else sponsored it, so fantastic. We will thank that person at that point. And he asks, do you believe our modern translations will be like the KJV is today in, say, a century? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We're already seeing this with, say, modern translations from the 19th century. Like, for example, you start reading the ASV today, and it reads very archaic. The ASV is the American Standard Version. So already the new translations from the 19th century are dated. I mean, and it's not so much that the translation is dated, it's the language. Yes, there have been advances in translation and scholarship and all that, but the English language itself changes very fast. Incredibly fast. Yeah. As my producer says here, every teenager thinks they need to reinvent the English language. This is one of the reasons why the NIV committee has dedicated to putting out a new edition every 5 years. Oh, it's Memorial Day weekend. Okay. All right, so that would explain it. Bainwright says it's Memorial Day weekend, so people may be traveling. Yeah, that's probably what's going on. Except it's not in Canada here. Yeah, but most of our audience is from the United States, so yeah, that would make sense. That'd make perfectly sense. Darkblade requests the English language stop evolving. Nice try on that one. Good luck. One of the interesting things is we have, for example, the recordings of Queen Elizabeth, who was queen for almost 70 years. And we have recordings from her 20s. And the language she spoke in her 20s, or the English she spoke in her 20s, is very different than the English she spoke at the end of her life. It's a really remarkable study to look at it and see that sort of change in grammar and diction that just happened in one person in one lifetime. Really remarkable. Some people have actually taken some of the recordings and compared them side by side. Yeah, yeah. And her speeches were public, so there were a lot of recordings made. Do the grunt work? Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. AT Ministries for 199 here. I made it. What I've missed? Nothing. We just started. We just started. So you haven't missed anything yet. We only just took the very first non-super chat. Oh yeah, we're gonna get to that. We'll get to that. It's a super chat, so we'll get to that. Okay. Yeah, my producer here is jumping the gun here because she's really excited. Okay. Ancient History Gamer says Elizabeth II is the Ramses II of the UK. In more ways than one, yeah. Yeah, in more ways than one. Very, very much so. The long reign that weakened the monarchy, the buildings she did, being a public royal. Yeah, her reigns and Ramses II reigns are very, very comparable. I don't think she reigned quite as long. How long did she reign? Check that. How long was the reign of Queen Elizabeth? $7 years and 214 days. Okay, so she reigned 4 years longer than Ramses II and 19 years less than Pepe II. So yeah, she's definitely in that class. So of world's longest reigns, she's definitely the longest reign of the UK. But not the longest in the world. I have heard it sometimes said that she was the longest reigning monarch ever, and she isn't. Pepe II is, or was. But Pepe II's reign was really remarkable. I mean, it was incredibly remarkable. Yeah, no one's going to beat Pepe II's reign. Okay, that is not happening. Yeah. See, I mean, he reigned. What do I have him recorded as reigning? Yeah, 94 years. Yeah, he reigned 94 years. Nobody is going to touch that. Hmm? Oh yeah, he was coronated when he was 3. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. And he lived well into his 90s. I mean, he lived till like he was 97. So it was like, just like, okay. Okay, so that covers that non-super chat, and that's really the only major non-super chat we have for tonight. That's really interesting. Which one? $808. Okay, yeah, we'll take that. That's actually a decent question. Gabe Reagan asked the non-super chat, are there proto-mummies that show the evolution of the process, or any ideas why the Egyptians started the process? Yeah, there weren't really proto-mummies. It was more the fact that mummification in Egypt was a natural process first. Basically, what happened was, uh, when poor people died, they just sort of dug a pit, threw the body in there, and covered it up with dry sand. And it created a natural mummification process. In fact, it was a mummification process that was actually never beaten by the intentional process of mummification. So, in some respects, mummification was an attempt to recreate the natural process of mummification that was just accomplished by dry sand. And we know that by the Old Kingdom, they were already doing intentional mummification. But it was really an attempt to replicate that natural process that was found in pangraves. So what a pangrave is just a hole in the ground. You just dig a pit, put the body in, put the guy's maybe a bowl and a spoon for him, and you bury the whole thing. It's a pauper's grave. It's a poor person's grave. But it did result, people would dig this up looking for stuff, and they would find these pangraves, and they'd find these perfectly preserved people in there. You know, really, really well preserved. No rotting, no decay at all. It was natural mummification. So, mummification as an intentional process began as a way to replicate that natural process. So, Gabe, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the non-super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, so I think that's going to cover the non-super chats for the moment. Let's get into now the super chats. And we also don't have a lot of many, again, because probably it's the Memorial Day weekend. So, hey, if we end up talking anime tonight, I'm cool with that too. All right, so TBD for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, did Moses know that his family were future rulers before he fled Egypt? Did he find out when he was in Midian? Or was he surprised when he came back? The text doesn't tell us. We do know that the family he was adopted into were viziers. He might have known that his adopted grandfather was made crown prince. But he wasn't king yet. So he might have had some indication that they were headed in that direction. So the long and the short of it is that Ramses, at the time he was named Pa-Ramazu. Pa-Ramazu had been named crown prince already by Horemheb. So Pa-Ramazu would have been on that fast track to become king of Egypt. So he would have had, most likely would have had some idea that that's where the direction of his family was going, but it wasn't official yet. His family at that time were only, his adopted grandfather was only a vizier at the time. But he would have certainly found out when he came back. The whole destiny of the family. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next super chat here is from TBD for $2. Thank you again for the super chat. Favorite part of Cecil DeMille's 10 Commandments? Oh, it's got to be the dancing. The dancing where you have the circle of Egyptian women. And they've got their legs really stretched out, and it looks really strange. But boy, is it accurate. That is one of the most historically accurate pieces in the entire thing, that dance scene. That dance scene is phenomenal for its accuracy. You see paintings and tombs of dancers doing those moves. It's incredible. It's incredible how well that was recreated. I have yet to see another X's film do a recreation of Egyptian dancing like that. It was really well done. Really, it was phenomenal. Phenomenal. And that was by far my favorite part, was that dancing scene. Not the Africans, but the Egyptians. They got that Egyptian dance dead on. So, that was so cool to watch. So cool to watch. It was absolutely fascinating. It was well worth it. And it looks like we've just hit over 13,000 subs. We're at 13,001. So, thank you everyone who says subscribe to this channel. We have basically now over 13,000. We can say it's official. The synchronicity of 13,000 subs. Here you go. You guys did it. It wasn't me. I had really nothing to do with it. Okay. Let's get to the next one here. Next super chat here is from Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, does Isaiah 3:12 preclude egalitarianism? This is a really interesting passage, and we'll bring it up here. Okay. And the text says, we'll just do verse 12 here. O my people, their oppressors are children, and women rule over them. O my people, those who guided you lead you astray, and confuse the direction of your paths. Okay. Now, the average reader is not going to be all that impressive. But as a guy who really knows his ancient Near Eastern texts, this is fascinating. Okay? This is what we would call an inversion text. You see this all the time in ancient Near Eastern literature. You go to the Middle Kingdom prophetic texts, and you see this all over the place. You'll see texts that say, like, for example, in Ippaware, it says that slaves have become the masters, the rulers till the fields, poor people own expensive clothes and chests and wear jewelry. You know, these are inversion texts, you know, and they're meant to show you that the entire society has been flipped on its head. It's in chaos. It's an absolute chaos, and everything was going to hell in a heck basket. You know, cats were marrying dogs. Bums were judging court cases. You know, all these things that were, you know, the Nile is bone dry. The desert is soggy wet. Everything is in its opposite place. Everything that shouldn't be is, and everything that should be isn't. So these are inversion texts. They're meant to show you that things are not right. So basically, the first part of this text is their oppressors are children. Well, children are usually the oppressed, not the oppressors. So there's that's a hyperbolic statement there. And women rule over them. Well, what that means is that, well, where are the men? Are they dead? Are they drunk somewhere? You know, the men are not in the place where they're ruling. You know, so other things have come into this and really have basically. And it's not just women too. I mean, these are the idea of that the wives are ruling. Okay, so yeah, the fact is not that the women are ruling here; it's that the men are not ruling. Where are the men? Where are your leaders? Your leaders, those who lead you, they're leading you astray. They're not doing their job. And they're confusing the path in every direction. Okay? So this is an inversion text. It's really common in ancient Near Eastern literature. This is not talking about egalitarianism, not at all. It's not talking about that in the slightest. It's talking about confusion and disorder in the structure of society. When what's normative in society is no longer the case. Things are flipped. The whole social order is flipped on its head. So that's what it's talking about here. And as I said, these are really common texts in ancient Near Eastern literature. If you read enough ancient Near Eastern literature, you encounter these all the time. It's just a little more unusual to see them in a biblical text. But if you read, say, a lot of Middle Kingdom prophecies, yeah, you encounter them all the time. They're all over the place. So I was really excited to see this text because it's like, I've seen this so many times. But it's essentially an inversion text. That's what you're dealing with here. So anyway, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Again, not talking about egalitarianism, but it is talking about the upending of the social order because it's an inversion text. Okay, so hope that helped. Next super chat here is also from Addison Weir for $4.99, and this is going to be probably the hot topic of the night. Did you watch the Gavin Ortlund Trent Horn's dialogue with Kip and Bowen? If so, what are your thoughts? Well, I have a lot of thoughts on this one. I did watch it. I thought, okay, let me just set out some preliminaries here. I think it was a mistake to have Myth Vision involved with this. To be the, say, the organizer of it. I think that was an awful mistake. Yeah, that skewed it from the start. Okay? Because the participants were basically introduced as basically two apologists, Ortlund and Horn, versus two critical scholars. So now that skews the audience's perception of the debate right there. Okay? That skews it right there. And I think Ortlund was way too trusting of Myth Vision. Yeah. There's an inbuilt prejudice there that people of faith can't be scholars. And Ortlund is a scholar. He holds a PhD. He's a professor at an institution of higher learning. He publishes regularly in the field. He's got a PhD in New Testament. So I think it was terribly, grotesquely naive of Ortlund to trust Myth Vision. Okay? Yeah, I know Andy Gunwell. Derek said he was neutral. He's not neutral. He's never neutral in these things. He always lies about this. As we're historical theology, yeah, again, but it's one of those hybrid things, historical theology and New Testament. But okay, that's just sort of nitpicking there. But I think Kip was essentially there to be Bowen's emotional support animal. Okay, after Kip made his opening statement, Bowen threw Kip under the bus completely. And after the initial quibbling over what's chattel slavery, Kip pretty much didn't say anything. Josh was basically basically had a lot of confusing, meandering dialogue as he was getting into this. I think Horn did relatively well. Stream was probably 45% of Josh talking. That's probably not unfair. Ortlund, and I was just reading Andy Gunwell's comment there. Ortlund did okay. But here's the problem with some of Kip and Bowen never got to their central point, their big criticism. Their big criticism has always been the Bible endorses slavery. That's their big soundbite. That's their soundbite. The Bible endorses slavery. And they never got to that. They never broached that at all. Okay? So yeah, they talked about a lot of stuff that was not relevant. They quibbled a lot over definitions. Just a meandered. I mean, it was confusing at times what he was saying. I mean, it was really odd. And Kip was basically silent most of the time. As I said, he was nothing but Josh's emotional support animal. And this is typical Josh. This is typical Josh Bowen. Is, you know, he needs a second person there to give him the bravery to speak. But he will just mow over his own guy. He'll throw his own guy under the bus because his own guy is just there to give emotional support. But I also think too that Ortlund and Horn were also terribly naive. Okay, and here's why I think they're terribly naive. At the end, they were applauding this as being a great dialogue. This wasn't a dialogue. This was a setup. Because okay? Here's what's going to happen next. Here's the next step of what's going to happen. At some point in the not too distant future, maybe a few weeks, maybe a couple months, Mythvision's going to have a live stream where he gets Kip and Bowen on. And they're going to start talking trash about Ortlund and Horn being apologists and never engaging their primary issue of, does the Bible endorse slavery? The fact that they never broached it is going to be irrelevant. Everyone's going to forget about the fact they never broached it. But this is where it's going to go next. Okay? They're going to reframe what happened. And once they reframe it, the mockery is going to begin. The mockery is going to absolutely begin. I think, and in some ways, Ortlund and Horn are a bit to blame for this, because they were warned. They were warned that this was going to be an outcome. You know, a lot of people told them what Kip and Bowen are like. But, Warrior of the Most High, should I watch the debate? Only if you want to waste 2 hours. Yeah. It's well, I mean, it was broadcast on Ortlund's channel. Yeah, you can watch it on Ortlund's channel. As I said, it was really strange. Mythvision moderated on Ortlund's channel. So, yeah, I don't think it was a good performance overall. But it wasn't a good performance overall because Kip and Bowen didn't bring the goods. They didn't bring the goods. They didn't bring their lead objections. There was really nothing to argue over. And they wouldn't argue over it because they were not in a winning position. Their opponents were just too strong. And this is one of the reasons why, say, Bowen and Kip love punching down. They love weak opponents. Because when they got a weak opponent, they'll pommel. I mean, I saw this when Bowen went after CJ Cox and Sheffield. You know, he was really aggressive. Bowen was really aggressive and was really you can see what Bowen is like when he's against an opponent that's weaker than him. He'll just hammer. He'll just hammer and hit down. But when he's equally matched, he'll be much more reserved. And this was a this was a case where the two were more equally matched. You know, you had Bowen versus, say, Ortland, and Kip versus Horn, in the sense that you had the two weaker parties also. So um when was that? 8:33. Let me get there. Darkblade. Did you notice any semantic games, tricks, logical fallacies in the exchange? There were some semantic games. Oh, there were some semantic games. The whole chattel slavery thing had semantic games in there. Not a lot in the way of logical fallacies, because there wasn't even a lot of logic. It really wasn't. Um, I think that yeah, there wasn't much logic in there at all, and actually even relatively little biblical exegesis, to be honest. You know, for a debate that's supposed to be talking about the exegesis of the Bible. You know, I mean, there was this fascinating statement by Josh, and you know, I think it was Ortland who pointed out something that, well, you know, that law is not actually in the text. And Josh said, well, just because it's not written in the text doesn't mean it isn't there. And I was just going, what? Like, what? Just because it isn't written in the text doesn't mean it isn't there. Okay. Yeah, I see it. I see Jack's statement. Yeah, so um yeah, so there was little in the way of say, there was semantic games. There wasn't really tricks. Where is it? 8:34. Yeah. Andy Gunn Wild said in their additional response they misrepresent Ortland, saying U.S. slavery was not that sinister. Yeah, and that's a straw man. That's a straw man. Um, there, he did in a previous video say that biblical slavery was not that sinister. He said nothing about U.S. slavery, so that's a straw man. But then again, too, you know, this is something that we would expect out of them too. So, as weird, people told Horn. I don't know if they told Horn. I know Ortland was told. I know he was told because I have friends who told him. So, and I won't say who those guys are, but I know people told Ortland. So yeah, he was completely warned. He should not have. He should not have been. He should not be surprised by anything that happened or anything that's going to unfold in the future. So. Yeah, we could take that now. 18 Ministries for 199 says, would you say that the Bible endorses slavery? Why? No, I wouldn't. In the same way, I would say that the Bible doesn't endorse divorce, but regulates it. I think it's very clear that in the ancient world, everyone thought that slavery was okay. You know, that's just the fact of the ancient world. Everybody thought that slavery was a normal state of life. So So the Bible is in that position where it has to regulate something that everyone perceives as normal. In fact, if you would say it wasn't normal, people would think you're nuts. So it's in that kind of position where, okay, you can't say the Bible would get serious, how do you say this? Consumer resistance to outlaw it entirely. The whole system would collapse. You would have no way, for example, of doing bankruptcies. You would debt slavery. Okay, debt slavery is a huge portion of slavery, and even Bowen admits that. Debt slavery is 90% of slavery in ancient Israel. So, it's not like you have debtors' prisons. You don't have debtors' prisons. You don't have prisons of any kind back then. It's more practical, yeah. 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 You don't have credit. You don't have any of the financial systems that would be necessary for debt amelioration. So you would face, as a society back then, you would face economic collapse. People would loan money and never pay it back. And there would be no way to pay it back, to force someone to pay it back. So you would end up with systemic financial collapse. So in many ways, the fact that we don't have slavery today is in many ways thanks to our modern financial systems of banking and loans and courts that could enforce repayment of debts. So the Bible doesn't endorse slavery, but it does highly regulate it. Yeah. Yeah, people do nasty things, and this is how you deal with it. The Bible also regulates divorce. It doesn't endorse it. In fact, it does quite the opposite. It says that divorce is, God hates divorce. Well, God hates slavery too. But, there's a reality to a society like Bronze Age society where you just can't eliminate it. So that's pre-industrial revolution, yeah. So it doesn't endorse it, but it does regulate it. In fact, one of the things is you can't even be a member of the priesthood in good standing and own a slave. So that should tell you something right there. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Back to the super chats here. All right. So that should cover the Ortland debate for the most part. So yeah, I think this isn't over. I really don't think this is over. I think the mockery is yet to come. Myth Vision basically set this up to indicate that there will be mockery coming. The whole that Kip and Bowen were against two apologists, and they'll paint it as being, well, these apologists did dishonest apologetics type things, and we're just now going to mock them. So that's coming. They've already telegraphed that. Okay. Next super chat here is for 5 British pounds from Tim Miara. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, passed my PhD Viva with minor corrections. Woohoo! Thanks to all for prayers and for cheering me on. Fantastic. Awesome. Glad to hear it. For those of you who don't know, when you go through a PhD and you go through your Viva, you get one of generally 4 grades. There's actually like 6 tiers of grading in a lot of British universities, but 4 of the major categories. You get either a pass, an unqualified pass, a pass with minor corrections. That's still considered a pass. You've made it. You get 3 months to do those minor corrections, but once you've done those corrections, you're done. So that's a pass. He doesn't have to do his Viva again. Then there's, say, a major corrections, and that's not a pass. Major corrections is a rewrite, and you get a year to do that, and that's not a pass. And finally, they can either MPhil you or fail you. Okay? With an MPhil, they'll basically award you a master's degree and say, well, you tried. But fails are very, very rare for PhDs. You have to do really spectacularly bad to get a fail. But MPhils are more common. But PhD with pass with minor corrections, that's a pass. He's done it. So all he has to do is those 3 months corrections or however many corrections it is, and he's got it. So congratulations, Tim. Good work. Excellent. Congratulations, Dr. Miara. He now has the right to be called Doctor. So everyone wish Dr. Miara congratulations. Darkblade asks the question, what grade would he have given Petrovich's dissertation? I would have MPhil'd it. I would have given him an MPhil. It was clearly not up to par. His dissertation needed to be MPhil'd. Okay, next one here is from... It's from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Are sacraments a means of salvation? Well, this is going to depend largely upon your denomination persuasion. Okay. Now, if you talk to, say, a hardcore Lutheran, he's going to say yes. Baptism is a means to salvation because baptism gives you the grace to be saved. I disagree with this. Okay, I don't think. I think that sacraments are an instantiation of your faith in the salvation process, but I don't think sacraments themselves don't save you. Like, for example, there is that one passage that's often taken out of context. Where it says, like, for example, baptism now saves you. But it goes on that it's not just that passage. It says, not by the washing of water, but by the renewal of the heart. Okay? So, the fact is that even that passage that's often taken out of context to say that the sacraments are a means to salvation is really saying that this is just one step in your path to salvation through your act of faith. So I think that the difference is, for example, in the case of repentance, like, repentance is not a sacrament. And one of the things is that we have to also define too is sacrament has to be an ordinance of the church. It has to be an ordinance of the church. Repentance is something you can do. If you can do it without the church, then it's not a sacrament. Okay? You need the participation of the church for it to be a sacrament. So, the Lord's Supper would be a sacrament, and baptism would be a sacrament. But repentance wouldn't be, because you can repent without the church. You don't need the church to repent. But you need the church to administer a proper baptism. You need the church to administer proper Eucharist. But in both cases, both for the Eucharist and for baptism, those are acts of faith. Those are steps on the path of salvation. But they don't save you in and of themselves. So, yeah. Yeah. Christ is the means of salvation. He's the one who did it. Salvation belongs to God and him alone. So So that's sort of my stance on this. Is I think sacraments are important. I think they're necessary. I think they're part of, say, the ever increasing commitment to Christ that you go through as on the path of salvation. They strengthen your faith. They do a lot of good things for you, but they're not a means of salvation. Okay. AT Ministries asks, follow up, what does baptism do? Okay. It does, essentially, it's your initiation. It's your first act of repentance. Okay. It's your first act of obedience. Okay. You've made your commitment to Christ. You said, okay, your way, Lord, not my way. And basically then it's your first act. Baptism is your first act of public recognition that you have repented and that you are you belong now to Christ, and it's your first act of obedience. That's essentially what baptism is, and it's a public declaration. So that's what baptism signifies. That's the reason you do it. And it doesn't itself save, but it is your first act of obedience in Christ. So, and the whole path of salvation is ever increasing steps of obedience, ever increasing steps of faithfulness. Okay? Like, for example, you see this in the way that the disciples, Christ keeps giving the disciples ever increasing challenges to their faith. So it's not a well, you believe once you're saved. It's not that at all. It's more along the lines of, okay, some of the disciples go, this is a hard passage. Especially when Christ says to them, if you don't eat my flesh and drink my blood, you have no part of me. And some of the disciples say, hey, well, now this is real hard. I can't get behind this. This is like cannibalism. I can't do this. This is nuts. I'm out of here. And some of them take off. They take off because it's too difficult for them to comprehend. So, Mama, 68 watching, 30 likes. Lurkers be lurking. Well, yeah, that's always the case. There's a lot of lurkers until, say, Jack Ray starts giving out the free memberships. They pop out of the woodwork at that point. Then that's like the only time we ever see them is when the free memberships come out, and then we start seeing them. So it's like, yeah, all Jack Ray does is have to do free memberships, and they'll pop out. they'll expose themselves. Okay. So 80 Ministries follows up. So what would you say to those who say it's a purely symbolic act? It's not a purely symbolic act. It's a necessary act. I don't think it's completely symbolic. I think it's one of those things. Aha. We got now some lurkers coming out now. Jack Ray just gave 10 memberships. Look at that. Brendan Paddleford, Mac, Horseheart, Beyond the Way of Life, Patrick McPike, Gene Spliced, God's Truth is Not Subject to Man's Opinion, Chris, G1, Jared Gilmore, and here it goes. Yep. It's exactly what we said. Once the free memberships come out, Jack Ray hurts Q. Yeah, precisely. Yep, Jack is the best. Jack is awesome. If it wasn't for Jack, we wouldn't know who these lurkers were. Okay. We have no way of knowing who watches this. So unless you can get them to snag the free memberships, yeah. Okay, so I wouldn't say it's a symbolic act. It's not a symbolic act, but it is an act that's predicated upon faith, and It's the next step in increasing faith, as it were. Okay. Okay, so let's get on to the next super chat here. Ooh, Mama gave 5 Ancient Egyptian and the Bible memberships. And who do we get this time? Robosami, Hilarion, Mammoth, Imran Makani, and Kellen. I haven't heard of any of these users. Okay. Thank you, Mama. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. Okay, let's go on to the next super chat here from AT Ministries for $1.99. And he asks, when did fundamentalism take root in America? It appears that it took root in the late 19th, early 20th century. That's where it sort of really got its beginnings. And in some respects, it was a response to it's a response to higher critical thought, European higher critical thought, particularly that of Julius Wellhausen. Okay, so the documentary hypothesis played a large role in sort of the counterswing of the pendulum into fundamentalism. And it was the idea that you couldn't believe, I mean, liberal European higher scholarship believed you couldn't trust anything in the Bible. And this message, while it resonated in higher critical circles, it did not resonate, say, amongst the laity. A lot of the laity basically said, okay, yeah, we know there's things in the Bible that are true. And that's where sort of fundamentalism got its seed in the idea that there are fundamentals of the faith that we hold to be true. Now, in the 1930s, those fundamentals were things like the virgin birth, the resurrection, salvation by grace through faith, the second coming, those sort of, even the Trinity, those essentials of the Christian faith that have been accepted throughout the last 2,000 years. So when you then approach, say, the 1950s, the more moderate forms of, say, conservative Christianity versus, say, the more radical forms will split into, say, the evangelical camp versus fundamentalism. And really the difference between those two camps is that fundamentalism believes in second-degree separation and the necessity of the pre-tribulational coming of Jesus Christ, the rapture. Okay? So, in order to, say, maintain... So that's really the only difference between, say, evangelicalism and fundamentalism. But I think there's also a hermeneutical difference as well. Fundamentalism tends to read the Bible in a very wooden, literal fashion. Very wooden, literal. So you get a lot of strange readings that come out of fundamentalism because of that wooden, literal meaning. And while that's not a what we call a clerical distinction, a liturgical, you won't find that, for example, that wooden literal in most doctrinal statements by fundamentalist churches. But you will see that practically in fundamentalist schools and fundamentalist denominations. It's a practical distinction. Oh yeah, boy, that does ever that come out when you apply for a job at the seminary. Like, for example, one very famous fundamentalist school, which is Moody Bible Institute, has in its doctrinal statement that every professor and every student has to accept that the book of Revelation has to be read literally. Now, it doesn't take you long to figure out that it's really, really difficult to read the book of Revelation literally. Because, You ask them, okay, well, do you literally believe that there's a piece of sharpened metal coming out of the mouth of Jesus Christ on his return? They then they'll give you the most amazing answer. They'll give you the most amazing answer, which is, well, we don't believe that there was a piece of metal coming out of the mouth of Jesus Christ. But if we tell people, if we tell our students, and if we tell our faculty that they have to literally read the book of Revelation in a literal manner, they'll read everything else in a literal manner. What? But that's what they will tell you. Is this is not about this is really not about proper exegesis of scripture. It's about social engineering. Okay? They're trying to social engineer their faculty and their students to read the rest of the Bible literally. They don't really care about the exegesis of Revelation. But it becomes a shibboleth test. It becomes a shibboleth test where if you say, okay, you affirm that you read the book of Revelation literally, we can trust you then to read the rest of the New Testament literally. There are actually a few of these that you find, shibboleth tests that you find floating around fundamentalism. 1 Kings 6:1 is another one. You could say that 1 Kings 6:1 is kind of the parallel of the book of Revelation for the Old Testament. You know, you can ask a fundamentalist here, okay, you know, that 480 years from the Exodus in 1 Kings 6:1, you do know that is a temple dedication inscription. We find dozens of these. None of them are literal. Why should we take this one literally? And they'll sometimes tell you this point. They'll sometimes be honest. They'll say, well, if you read 1 Kings 6:1 literally, then you'll read the rest of the Old Testament literally. Okay. That's social engineering. That's not responsible exegesis. But the ends justify the means, right? Yeah, no, that's not how ethics works either. Okay. The ends justifying the means doesn't work either, okay? Whoa, boy. Oh, boy. But you know, this is what you're facing, is you're facing when you deal with, say, fundamentalism, that they feel like an embattled group. To some extent they are. They feel embattled, so they feel that it is necessary to take these extreme measures to maintain the readings that they hold valuable. So that's sort of how fundamentalism got its roots. That's how it sort of perpetuates today. So it still holds the doctrinal rules of no second degree separation and the pre-trib rapture, but it also has that wooden literal hermeneutic as well, and that's a practical distinction. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, who was the witch of Endor expecting in 1 Samuel 28? Okay, great question. The text actually tells us. Let's see if I can find this here quickly. 1 Samuel 28. Okay, the witch of Endor. So Saul goes over to the Witch of Endor. This is right before a big battle with the Philistines. And he's not hearing from God, so he decides to go to a medium. Now, we're going to do a full video on this passage, okay? So this is not going to be our final word on this. But so she's afraid, she won't say because she is aware of Saul's edict. So in verse 10 here, it says, Saul vowed to her, saying, as the Lord lives, there shall be no punishment to come upon you for this thing. The woman said, whom shall I bring up for you? He said, bring up Samuel for me. Now, she's no idiot. She knows who Samuel is. Everybody back then knew who Samuel was. Everyone also knew that Samuel was dead. But, verse 12, when the woman saw Samuel, she cried out with a loud voice. And the woman said to Saul, why have you deceived me? For you are Saul. Well, he didn't deceive her. He just didn't say who he was. Okay? He just omitted that information. Verse 13, and the king said to her, do not be afraid, but what do you see? And the woman said to Saul, I see a divine being coming out of the earth. So, she wasn't actually expecting Samuel. Okay. So it's more likely that what was happening here is that she was expecting a familiar spirit. Okay? A spirit that she'd been working with for some time. And was surprised when the real Samuel showed up. Wasn't expecting that. So that's who she was expecting. That's not who she got. And the text here makes it really, really clear that the real Samuel showed up. So yeah, that's who she was expecting, was her familiar spirit. But that's not who she got. And it's at that point when she got something else. Darkblade, then Samuel chewed Saul out. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened. And verse 16, it says, Samuel said, why do you ask me, since the Lord has departed from you and has become your adversary? And the Lord has done according as he spoke through me, for the Lord has torn the kingdom out of your hand and given it to your neighbor, to David. As you did not obey the Lord and did not execute his fierce wrath on Amalek, so the Lord has done this thing to you this day. Moreover, the Lord will also give over Israel along with you into the hands of the Philistines. Therefore, tomorrow, you and your sons will be with me. Indeed, the Lord will give the army of Israel into the hands of the Philistines. Okay, yeah. Yeah, he really chews them out. Yeah, exactly. 18 Ministries asks, how shall we understand familiar spirits? They're essentially demons. Okay. They're demonic powers. They are essentially fallen spirits. Okay. Unclean spirits is another way of putting it. They're unclean spirits. And unclean spirits can act in all sorts of ways. They can pretend to be other beings. They can pretend to be the spirits of the dead. We have known people who have claimed to have familiar spirits. It's a great way of putting it, just like that. AT Ministry. So it was her demon buddy. She gets the same one each time. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much. When we were artists at Worldcon once, and we were getting a drive back to our hotel with a friend, and or actually we were driving a friend to their home, and we agreed to give this other woman a lift. Friend of a friend. And you know, she's in the back seat of our car, and she goes, "My familiar spirit just told me that you're going to have great wealth and success in the next year." Her spirit lied. That was a lie. That was a very much lying spirit. Yeah, we both snorted at the time. Yeah, yeah, this is definitely a lying spirit. And boy, was it a lying spirit. Yeah, but yeah, she just was sitting in the back of our car, and she just blurted out, "Hey, my familiar spirit told me you're gonna have great wealth and success in the next year." Uh-huh. Sure.
Hadn't happened yet. Still waiting.
Still waiting for that, actually.
That luxurious level of wealth.
Yeah, that has not happened. Could be. Yep. Definitely could be. Haystack, wow. Never heard anything like that before. Well, if you get around the right circles, you certainly hear this stuff. Yeah. Ancient history gamer. It got lost in the mail. Yeah. Jack Ray sounds a lot more like an unfamiliar spirit.
Got a newbie. Really didn't know his craft very well.
Darkblade, that familiar spirit line should be added to Trash Panda. That's a great idea. Just randomly he says that. My familiar spirit tells you you're going to have great wealth and success. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah, alright. Woohoo! Okay, so, yeah, so people today still have, you know, contact with familiar spirits. It hasn't gone away any. It's just, it's just, you know, it's no different than back then. It's just no different. It's the same games by the same spirits, just different humans. Okay, so that covers that super chat. The next one here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, why did Moses go far from Midian to pasture his flocks? The reason why is because of the grasslands. Sinai had grasslands. And he wasn't the only person to graze his flocks in the Sinai. It was fairly common for Shasu to do it too. The fact is that Midian did not have a lot of pasture lands. So there's a limited amount of pasture in. If you're a sheep herder, if you're a goat herder and sheep herder, you're going to want to move out of Midian, because Midian is mostly desert. Even back then, it was mostly desert. But Sinai still had pasture lands, and it had a few places where you could still water your flocks. So that's why Moses had to go far from Midian is just to keep grazing the flocks. And it was just, that's just because there was too much competition for it in Midian. So it was a resource issue. It was a resource issue. So that's why he had to go into Sinai to pasture. Well, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is from AT Ministries. Thank you again. This time for $4.99. And he asks, have you ever heard someone speak an angelic tongue and could tell it's a genuine language? I have heard people claim to speak in angelic tongues. I have never heard an supposed angelic tongue that sounded like a genuine language. Okay? You learn enough languages, even if you're not familiar with this language, you can tell it's a language. Okay? I'm going to read you a passage. And I can pretty much guarantee that most of you have never heard this language before. I'm just going to read this little passage. Okay, I'm going to read this passage. And then I want you just to listen to the passage. Just listen to the cadence, the phonemes, and all that. And okay. Umu utushi, Mershili lugugal, lugukur, hati ursag. Dumu, shupiluliluma, lugugal urshag. Kuit manzakan, ana guza, abia, nawi. Eshat, numu, arak, zenash. Kermesh, Luker, Hu, Mantesh. Kururi I her, Nuza, Abuya, Kuwapi, Dingerlimish, Duat. Okay. Now, that is a passage. And I can guarantee that almost none of you know what that is, what language that is. Okay, we got some guesses here. Akkadian, Sumerian, Klingon. BC, first of all, how dare you? AT Ministries, Ugaritic is my guess. Elvish language from Tolkien is another guess. All right. 18 Ministers, was it Sindarian Elvish? See what we got here. Jonathan Walker says, okay, this is not a guess. All right. Gabe. Well, something just got summoned. Okay, you're all wrong. Some of you caught some of the words from it, though. It's Hittite. Okay, that's Hittite. So not Tagalog. Sorry, Jack. Yeah, it's Hittite. But you can tell from it that it has a certain cadence to it. Yeah, AC Mystery's so close. Yeah, but no cookie, no donut here. Well, there was a couple who caught the words what's it called now? Supililoma, Hati, yeah, those. Yeah, some people caught the words, but they didn't guess the language. So, at least not until after we announced it was Hittite. Okay, but you can tell, even though most of you have never heard that language before, you've never actually heard that language, that it's got a certain cadence, it's got a certain meter, It's got it's got phonemes. It's got sibilants. It's got fricatives. It's got all the components that you would expect out of a real language. What it isn't is it's not gibberish. Francis Dobbs, can you tell us what it said? Sure, I can tell you what it said. Sure. It says, "Thus speaks His Majesty Mershili, great king, king of the Hatti land, hero, son of Supiluliluma, great king, hero. Before I sat on the throne of my father, all neighboring enemy countries were hostile to me. When my father became a god and died, Arwanda, my brother, sat down on the throne of his father." Okay. So, now that might sound gibberish to you, but you know, when you hear some of these, say, angelic tongues, or at least what passes as angelic tongues, you get this blah 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 blah. There's a lack of cadence. There's a lack of phonemes. There's it's the same syllable, just the same phoneme being sort of emphasized in different ways. It's not a real language. There's nothing in there that could be construed as a real language. And I think for it to be at least an angelic tongue, it has to have the structure of a real language. Because all languages are structured thought. It's thought that's structured and has a form of communication. So an angelic tongue cannot just be gibberish. It has to have some intelligence underneath it. And how do we know it has intelligence? Is that it has the expression of language. So in that case, particularly, you would have to have, say, cadence. You would have to have syllabication. Basically, your syllables, your syllables have to be grouped into words. You would have to have a variety of phonemes, that sounds, to communicate, say, the range of language. So I don't see how most of the any of the angelic tongues that I've heard that have been presented as these sort of angelic tongues aren't. They're not languages. You know, because you can tell a genuine language. It doesn't take that much to figure it out. Now, some languages are more complicated than others. Okay, that goes without saying. Like there's, forget what the name of the language is. There's one that has clicks and pops in it. But that language too is very complicated. It has a huge number of phonemes. That language is not less complicated. It's more complicated. So if you've got, say, an angelic language that's less complicated, you have good reason to doubt whether it's a real language. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries again for $4.99. From Cheshire, Kozian, yeah, Kozian. AT Ministry says, guess who's traveling during your live stream again? Yep, well, some of us has to travel to work. I get that. Laugh out loud. At least you're still streaming when I land. Well, you made it before we started, so, or pretty much at the same time as we started. So, hey, you know, that was fantastic. And I'll be able to watch on the ride afterwards. Awesome. I think you're already here in the stream here, so I presume everything went fine with your flight. I also noticed here we just got a gift from Jack Ray. I want to thank Jack Ray for for giving us a gift through PayPal. We really appreciate that. It does help, especially since this has been a little bit of a lean month, so we are deeply, deeply appreciative of that. Also want to thank AT Ministries here for sponsoring another 3 sessions of our Assassin's Creed playthrough, or live play. So he's agreed to sponsor another, and has paid for another 9 hours of that live stream. Apparently he wasn't punishment enough for him, so he decided he wanted some more punishment. So again, thank him very much for sponsoring the Assassin's Creed play, a live play, and going to be going another extra 3 weeks. So I guess we got another 4 weeks till the end here. So, thank you very much, HE Ministries. We really appreciate your support of the channel. It's been very helpful at this particular time. Mama asks the question, were mummified rabbits ever a thing? Yes, they were. There's not a lot of them. But there were some. We don't see a lot of them, but they're fairly rare. But there are a couple that have been found. Particularly in respect to, say, worshippers of the goddess Wanut. Worshippers of the goddess Wanut, and Wanut is the hair goddess. There are some mummified rabbits that have been associated with that deity. We do find they're not as common as, say, falcon mummies or ibis mummies or even cat mummies. But they are a thing, and we do see a couple of them. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for Super Chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope it helps. And one other thing we should note about the rabbit mummies, too, is when we do see them, they are covered in linen like the cat mummies, and they're painted on the outside, so they'll paint eyes on them and mouths and all that. And they're decorated just like... They're very similar to cat mummies, except they got the long ears. They preserve the long ears on them. Okay, TBD for $5. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. Sponsoring Let Me Explain's question, who says, some said the apostles were likely teenagers. What is your opinion? Yes. They were. They were young men. Typically, this is generally how it worked. In the first century, there was this... They have the equivalent of a yeshiva. And a yeshiva is a school, a religious training school. Now, they weren't called yeshivas back then, but they were essentially, the Pharisees had schools where the elite of Jewish society could go and get religious training, become leaders in the community. Well, not everyone could afford that. So you did have these peripatetic teachers, basically these teachers that wandered. And a young man could basically sign on for 3 years with a peripatetic teacher, pay the teacher a bunch of money, and get taught religious training for 3 years. Okay? And this was really, really common in the first century. This is your equivalent back then of community college. Okay? You couldn't afford the university, or you wouldn't qualify for the university because you didn't have the right parents. Okay? So, but there was still a high demand for men to have religious training so that they could be leaders in their communities. So essentially, these disciples were signing on with Jesus, thinking, yeah, you know what? I'm going to do my 3 years with Jesus. Going to give me some religious education. I'm going to go back to my little fishing village, and I'm going to be a community leader. I'm going to be a respected man. Yeah, that didn't turn out so well. Didn't exactly turn out that way. Okay, so and it's very, very typical for men between the ages of 15 and 19 to do this. You did get some who were a little older and a little younger. Like, for example, you got, um, um, say, people as young as 13 doing this, like Apostle John. You also got some guys who were in their early 20s who also did this. And sometimes that was a matter of practical things, such as, like, for example, you know, your parents are dying and you have to stay to work the farm. And once your parents have passed on, you then have the freedom to go and do this and return to your communities. So the age range would vary, but typically it's between 15 and 19 that men would do this. Okay, so they were almost all teenagers. They were all in their late teens, usually not their early teens. So, but this was very common, very, very common in the first century. It's like people going to college today. 17 usually now, but 17 is the earliest today that you'd find people going to community college, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Alexis, even Peter. Oh yeah, even Peter. Even Peter. Peter is one of the older ones. I think he was around 19. He was either 19 or 20, and I think Peter was already married. And there wasn't anything preventing the wives from coming with. Okay, the wives were permitted to come with because they were support. You know, they cooked for the band and all that. So absolutely, yeah. 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 Yeah, he had a massive entourage. Alexis, I don't know why I always figured Peter would be a little older, maybe mid-20s. Well, you know, marriages were typically on the younger side back then. It was not uncommon for a man to be married at age 17 to 19 back then, especially if he had a good profession to begin with. Marriages were much more based upon one's socioeconomic status than it was basically your age. Okay, so if you were a guy, you would probably not likely be married young because you didn't have the profession and the money to do it. But Peter already had a thriving fishing business at this point. You know, he was already a competent fisherman. He was good at his trade. He was making some good coin. So he had no reason not to be married at that point. Whereas someone like John doesn't have a profession. He didn't have a profession. He doesn't have an industry. He's too young. He's too young, so he wouldn't have been married yet. But Peter would most likely have been married. Okay. Next one here. So yeah, that should cover the question of were they teenagers? The answer is yes, and very, very common in this period of time. Oh, Mama for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Favorite ancient Egyptian graffiti examples. Oh, well, any abandoned temple could have graffiti on it, because once a temple was abandoned, people would write all sorts of things on abandoned temples. So it wasn't uncommon to see. It's not uncommon to go there even today and see ancient graffiti on temples. Like, for example, you go to the temple of Seti the First, and you'll see Coptic graffiti all over the walls. You know, you'll see some Coptic crosses. You'll see pictures of lions and all sorts of Coptic writing. Very, very interesting. Very interesting to see it. I don't even know if anyone's ever really translated all that Coptic, but I got some photos of it. It's really interesting. There's one place I think it was the Temple of Philae. I saw a piece of graffiti of a crucified man. Crucified man, very interesting. There's also but you'll also get some lewd graffiti too. You do see that also on, say, some of the older graffiti, some of the pre-Christian graffiti, where you'll see pictures of priests doing lewd acts. Gabe Reagan, who had the funnier graffiti? The Egyptians or the Romans? Oh, the Egyptians had better graffiti than the Romans. Roman graffiti just tended to be vulgar. Yeah, vulgar's not necessarily, is not funny, okay? But you got some of these Egyptian graffitis where they'll paint people like mice and cats. And you'll see these, like, these cats serving these mice booze. And the mice getting drunk. Like, you get stuff like that. And some of that stuff can be pretty entertaining, I will admit. Yeah, ancient furries, exactly. Kind of like a little bit like the on illuminated manuscripts. You sometimes see this, you know, rabbits in illuminated manuscripts from the Middle Ages can be pretty fierce. You know, they've got weapons. They're mugging people. They're robbing people, chopping up people's hands. You know, rabbits in the Middle Ages were pretty tough. You know. Yeah, Mama wants pics. Okay, I'll see what I can do. All right. It's like a parable slammed into graffiti. Yeah, exactly. That is true. Ancient temple vandalism in the Bible. Well, I mean, let's just say once temples were abandoned by their priests, there was nothing preventing the ordinary guy from going in there and writing whatever he wanted on the walls. So, yeah, it happened all the time. BC, cats were productive members of society, pushing barrows. Now look at them, yeah. You know, the cats have kind of gotten soft. You know, even in ancient Egypt, you see pictures of cats hunting. You know, they were used as hunting animals. They were trained. They were trained to flush out ducks in duck hunting. Yeah, now they're like, hey, you want me to work for my living? I don't think so. Cats have gotten lazy. Really, really lazy. Train a cat? You gotta be kidding. You're not training me, I'm training you. You don't get how this works. Yeah. Cats these days, lazy, lazy, lazy. Oh, totally. All right, the next super chat here. We've already covered ATs. I've made it. What did I miss? So go on the next one here. For 199, what is raised for our justification mean in Romans 4:25? Let's pull up the Bible and let's find out. Romans. Four 25. Okay. And we'll just do the last three verses here. Now, not for his sake only was it written that it was reckoned to him, and this is righteousness, but for our sake also to whom it will be reckoned, as those who believe in him who raised Jesus our Lord from the dead. He who was delivered up because of our transgressions and was raised because of our justification. Okay. So, that whole what's raised for our justification. Okay. Now, this is, again, the object of the who is being raised is Jesus Christ. So the fact is that Romans 4:25 is talking about the ends of the whole redemptive process. You know, and he who was delivered up because of our transgression. So Christ was basically delivered to crucifixion, shame, and bruising because of our transgressions, was also raised to justify us. So what we have in verse 25 here is a contrast. Okay. It's a contrastive verse. So the transgression is being contrasted against the justification. And it's showing the range here of the work of Jesus Christ, where, yes, Christ was delivered up because of our transgressions, but it doesn't end there. He completes the work into our justification. So he's delivered up to transgression. So you got that delivered versus raised. He's delivered up versus raised. Transgressions versus justification. So he's delivered up to transgression because of our transgressions, and he is raised because of our justification. So this is showing the completion of the work of Jesus Christ, that it doesn't just end with the atonement of sins, but the complete the defeat of sin and the conquest of death itself, in such a way that our justification results from the finished work of Jesus Christ. So, I hope that helped. I hope that explained that. It's a nice little verse here. It's a great contrast, again, between delivered and raised versus and transgression and justification. But it's showing you here how broad the work of Jesus Christ was in our salvation. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next one here is from Hebrew Canon for £5. Thank you for the super chat. What criterion is used to number dynasties? Stack them one after the other and prevents them to be co-regents. For example, 6th Lower Egypt and 13th in Upper. The criterion one? Okay. Well, okay. There's a couple of criteria that's used, and we're going to talk here mostly about Manetho's criteria, because it's a little different than some of the other criteria. For example, the Turin Canon has a different criteria for dynasties. And the Turin Canon doesn't break it down nearly as much as, say, Manetho does. Now, part of the issue here is that dynasties, essentially dynasties 3 to 6 is one dynasty. And really, if you're talking about dynasties here, you're talking into Dynasty 10. So 3 to 10 is technically one unbroken dynasty. So what is a dynasty? A dynasty is an unbroken line of succession. It's an unbroken line of rule and succession. So, to qualify for a dynasty to be a dynasty, all the kings have to be blood related to each other. So that's the first sort of definition of what is a dynasty. Now, there's some places where that's not applied. Just because it's not applied in an exact way. Like, for example, the last 3 kings, last 2 kings of Dynasty 18 weren't blood related to the previous kings of Dynasty 18. But they're still counted as part of Dynasty 18 because Dynasty 19 is all blood related. Okay? So there is some sort of practical groupings here as well. Now, also, for example, in, say, Manetho, Manetho breaks down dynasties 3 to 5, particularly 3 to 6. Let's just use that one. Less on, say, bloodlines, because they're all blood related. But more along cultural and architectural lines. For example, Manetho is going to break down Dynasty 3 from Dynasty 4 based upon architecture. Basically, a trend in architecture. Dynasty 4 is when you start getting the smooth-sided pyramid. Prior to that, it's step pyramids, or the beginning of step pyramids. There was only one step pyramid that was actually 100% completed, but there was many starts of step pyramids that were done during Dynasty 3. So Manetho is going to break that down also into architectural elements. Dynasty 4 is going to differ from Dynasty 5, because Dynasty 4, while that's the big, or those big, massive stone, beautiful stone pyramids, Dynasty 5 is going to be really into the sun temples. And the sun temples are really going to be the representative architecture of Dynasty 5. So that's generally the criteria that's going to be used to create dynasties. It's either going to be blood relation, a change in blood relation. It's going to be either a change in architecture or art style, or kingdom domain. There's going to be several criteria that go into this, but those are generally the criteria that are used to qualify for what's a new dynasty. Okay? So, now, there are... I'm trying to understand what you mean by the second half of this, which is stack them one after another, and what prevents them from co-regents. Oh, like, for example, the 6th in... Okay, now, in the case of, say, the 6th in Lower Egypt and 13th in the other, they're just separated by so much time, it's not even funny. So, in the case of, say... Let's just say, for example, the 6th dynasty of Lower Egypt. Let's use your example here of 6th dynasty in Lower Egypt and the 13th in Upper. The problem with the 6th is that, you can't separate these dynasties in quite that way. The 6th dynasty has a lot of stuff in Upper Egypt. Okay. The 6th dynasty is definitely covering all of Egypt. We have pyramids from the 6th dynasty in Saqqara. So, if you've got 6th dynasty pyramids in Saqqara, you're in Upper Egypt. So, there's no such... Again, this is going to come down to associate biographies, sharing of national cemeteries and temples. And in the case of Upper Egypt, what you have there, you even have, for example, like the capital cities, like the 2 capital cities. Like, for example, the capital city of the 6th dynasty is in Memphis. Okay? But the capital city of the 13th dynasty is actually further north than Memphis. It's in Ichitawi. So you're just going to get a confusion. And frankly, the seat of power of the 13th dynasty is in Thebes. That's way south of Memphis. So you've got so much overlap there in monuments and in administrations and who's controlling things that they can't possibly be, say, dynasties existing in parallel. It just isn't possible. So you have to look at all that extra data to see that what you're dealing with here isn't parallel dynasties, but sequential dynasties. And so, the 13th dynasty, yeah, they're getting... The 13th dynasty is driven out of, say, the Delta. That's true. But there's a time, too, when the 13th dynasty is in control of the Delta. It's not always losing... It hasn't complete... It's only at the end of the 13th dynasty that it loses control of the Delta. So, there was a time when the 13th dynasty controlled all of Egypt. So you can't have a parallel 6th and 13th dynasty. It's not possible. So we would look at that and we would say, okay, in this particular place, there's no possibility for it to be paralleled. We also have enough kings lists and other evidence to show that the 6th is part of the Old Kingdom and the 13th is part of the Middle Kingdom. So there's just no possible way that the two can be in anywhere near the same time or place. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next one here is from 18 Ministries from 199. What does like a dove mean in Luke 3:22? All right, let's pull up our Bibles. Luke 3:22. Okay. And the text says here, that would not be a nice prank, though. Okay. I will start verse 21 here. Now it came about when all the people were baptized, that Jesus was also baptized, and while he was praying, heaven was opened, and the Holy Spirit descended upon him in bodily form, like a dove, and a voice came out of heaven. Okay. This is simile. It's a simile. It's a piece of poetic language. So, what does it mean? It means that when heaven opened up and God spoke out of it, that the Holy Spirit came down in a physical form, in a form that people could see. And like a bird, a dove, and a dove is a bird, it's a kind of a pigeon. It's a white pigeon. Okay. And it comes down and it settles on him like a bird would settle on, say, the back of a human. Okay. So, now, interestingly enough, there is a parallel here that we see. Take that follow-up too here. And the whole bodily form thing. Yeah, that's very interesting too. Now, it's interesting too that we do see some parallels in the ancient Near East of bird-like entities supposedly settling on kings. This is a sign of kingship. Like, for example, we see this, for example, with the horse bird. The horse bird is a falcon that settles on the king of Egypt. Oh, he doesn't, the heir apparent doesn't become king until the horse bird flies away from the dead king and settles on the new king. So this sign of a bird or a bird-like divine being settling on a person is a sign of kingship. So I think that there's a very strong illusion here that this is the sign that not only is he the Messiah, but that he is that Christ is also, say, the King of the Jews. This would be a very, very strong sign of this in ancient Near Eastern culture. So, I think it's one of those things that gets often overlooked because, again, your typical New Testament guy is not going to know the ancient Near Eastern context that well. But, yeah. I won't repeat that comment. Alexis says, just another sign that he's king. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's confirmation that he's king. As I said, it's a very, very, you see this quite frequently in ancient Near Eastern stuff. And you see this all the time. Like, for example, in the Tale of Sinaway. Okay? You know, you hear the Horus bird flew and settled upon Senwosret the Third. That is, and you'll see, like, you watch, you see, for example, the statue of, I think it is Menkaure in the Egyptian Museum. And the Horus bird is wrapped around his head. Wrapped around his head. You're supposed to see the Horus bird wrapped around him. The Horus bird has settled on him as a king. That's a sign of kingship. 80 ministries. So the fact that he's called, that he's God's son, he's Jedediah, and the Spirit coming down on love, all point to him being king of the Jews. Yes, exactly. Yeah, this is a sign that he's king of the Jews. So, yeah, that's exactly what's being alluded to here. Yeah. Mama says, funny thing, birds, when they like you, they'll flap their wings around your head. I wouldn't know. I'm not that fond of birds. But I'll take your word for it. But yeah, there's definitely a parallel here. There's definitely a parallel here. So it is poetic language. It is poetic language, but it's also poetic language that has real ancient Near Eastern symbolic value to it. So, what? Birds are great. Yeah, the birds around here not so great. Okay, we get seagulls and Canada geese. Canada geese just make a mess. I have a pet bird. Yeah, okay, sure. Canada gooses, yeah. Yeah, Canada geese are not nice birds. I would die for her, and I would expect you as a pet owner to die for your bird, maybe. But, ooh. Yeah, Alexa says geese lay their waste anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, you notice here it says like a dove, not like a Canada goose. Okay, just saying. It would be a very different story if this was a Canada goose. Okay. Keeps Learning says, Spirit came down upon Jesus like a dove, while he came upon the disciples during Pentecost like an offering being consumed with fire. Is that accurate? I don't know. I don't think he came upon the disciples on Pentecost like it. It was the Holy Spirit that came like a fire. Okay? Andreas Förster. I have experience with Canadian geese being evil jerks. Laugh out loud. Yes. Whoa. Yeah, they are evil jerks. Canada geese are not nice birds. Michael Gee, Canada geese caused so many problems in New Zealand that they were made not protected. Most New Zealand birds are fully protected. Yeah, I believe that. Oh boy. Okay, so then. Yeah, in Canada, Canada geese are protected, which is not a good thing. But okay, so that covers 18 Ministries question here. What does like a dove mean? So it's essentially a sign of kingship, and a very common symbol in the ancient Near East. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Mama asks for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Worst, most evil pharaoh in your opinion? Well, that's two questions. What's the worst and what's the most evil? Hard to say really who's the most evil. I mean, you got like Ptolemy the 12th, who was just like really incompetent. Or 13th. Ptolemy the 13th, really incompetent. Crazy incompetent, like idiot level incompetent. Most evil, though. That would have to go to a Persian king. You know, one of the Persian pharaohs. Those guys were just evil. Yeah, the Persians were not good rulers. Let's see, who would I pick here is probably the most evil. I don't really get into the Persian kings, so I have to kind of with mac and cheese. Darkblade says Velociraptor ate the ancestor of the Canada goose. Yeah, but he'd have to do it with mac and cheese. Because that's the only acceptable side for Canada goose. All right. Who would it be? I think the most. I mean, technically, Nero is an Egyptian king too. But that doesn't seem quite fair. It's Darius the Third. No one would. Darius the Third, Artaxerxes the Third. Horrible kings. Horrible kings. Artaxerxes the Seventh, Darius the Second. You know, take your choice. Take almost any of the Persian kings will be horrible. Horrible. Let's see here. Darkblade, did the Persians ever go as far as outright mass murder of entire populations? Okay. The Persians were not opposed to outright massacres. They were not opposed to this at all. They brutalized the Egyptians. Absolutely brutalized them. You had everything from pillaging temples, stealing everything not nailed down. You had brutal repression, really brutal repression. You had impalings. Persians were really big on impalings. So what they would do is they would take a sharpened pole and impale you on the pole. Really horrible. So yeah. Oh yeah. Ancient History Gamer goes, did the Persians make the Assyrians look like good guys? Sometimes. To the Egyptians didn't suffer under the Assyrians in the same way as they did under the Persians. Now, the Egyptians hated the Assyrians. They absolutely hated the Assyrians. And the reason why they hated the Assyrians was they kept stealing stuff. The Assyrians ransacked almost all the temples of Egypt and stole any piece of gold that wasn't nailed down. But the Assyrians also didn't go for the massacres and the impalings. Persians were big on massacres and impalings. And whenever, no one was sad to see the Persians go, not in Egypt. I mean, didn't matter who basically took over. Anybody who took over was going to look like a liberator. So when Alexander the Great walks into Egypt and throws out the Persians, they're seen as liberators. Because the Persians are so bad. So bad. Yeah, no one was unhappy to see the Persians go. They were just absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. So for worst, most evil pharaoh, most incompetent would probably be Ptolemy the 13th. Most evil, pick your Persian. essentially. Right, next super chat here is from Andreas Forster for $6.99 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Did the ancient Egyptians have an all-encompassing concept of God or fate that superseded all lesser gods, i.e., the one in Neoplatonism? Okay. They had a general concept of God, but it wasn't like the big monotheist God, or even say, the ideal form of God that you find in Neoplatonic thought. Okay. So it wasn't the God of the philosophers. So it was in no way like the God of the philosophers. And whenever you do see that the Egyptians talk about, say, God or the God, they usually will do it in respect to whatever God is being talked about in that particular context. So even that is going to end up being in respect to a lesser god. Like, for example, they'll talk about, well, we sacrificed to the god. And then you got to go back and got to figure out, okay, which one are they talking about here? Sometimes they'll be talking about Osiris. Sometimes they'll be talking about Amun-Re. Sometimes they'll be talking about Horus. Sometimes they'll be talking about Anubis. Or even some minor god. I mean, that's when they talk about the god. Sometimes, or God, they'll sometimes talk about some minor deity that really has no normal, that wouldn't even be, you wouldn't even think of that they're talking about. So they didn't really have a concept of all-encompassing, God. They did briefly, for example, during, say, the Amarna period, had the idea that all gods were manifestations of the Aten. That was probably as close as they got. Later on, during, say, the late Ramesside, early Third Intermediate period, they'll start talking about, say, manifestations of the god. But even that is really just, say, manifestations or Keperu of Amun-Re. So they're going to take that idea that that gods are manifestations of other gods from Atenism and apply it to, say, Amun-Re instead. But they're not going to have an all-encompassing idea of God, not in, while they're still sort of supporting polytheism as such. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, we've already thanked Jack Ray for his Bible memberships. Thank you so much. We appreciate your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. EVA Productions for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Has your work ever made you question your faith? Great question. The answer is no. Actually, no. The interesting thing is I questioned my faith a lot more before I did my work. Once I started doing this work, it was like, somebody asked me once this question after I did a lecture at a Liverpool a conference, and somebody asked me, if studying all this has made my my faith dry or boring or made it work and bland and all that. And I said, no, never did. I think some of it was the way that I approached the work too. Like, for example, I always approached my work as a form of worship. And I kind of had this view because I knew that people often went to seminary and came out, depleted, atheistic, questioning their faith. And I never had that experience. And the reason I never had that experience is because every exercise, and I can understand how people would get that. I understand it completely. You know, you're doing these parsing of Greek sentences and you're going, gee, you know, what relevance does this have to anything I'm going to be doing? But you understand that once you sort of have that mindset that even your school exercises are acts of faith, they're acts of worship. You have a different having a different experience and perspective upon this. And one of the things that I found has been really remarkable is that the more I study the Word of God, the more I study the ancient Near East, the stronger my faith becomes. The more I see the connections, the more I discover new things. Like, for example, just tonight, just reading that Luke 3 passage on, descended upon him in bodily form like a dove. I had never made that connection before tonight of, the bird descending upon the king. And yet I've read that a million times in Egyptian texts. I've read it repeatedly. But, you can, once you do enough study, you start seeing these connections here and there. That whole Isaiah 3 passage where you have that, that inversion, children oppressing the adults, these are the things that once you get enough education and do enough of the work, you come to the text, you see all of these remarkable connections. And there's things in the text that you discover as you go along that it just blows your mind how much is in there. And the complexity of this text. So I've never encountered something once I started doing this work that made me question my faith. But I had a lot of moments of questioning my faith leading up to it. A lot of moments of questioning leading up to it. In fact, it's pretty safe to say that before I did this, there was a lot of questioning involved. Especially as a teenager. I did question my faith a lot as a teenager. And I think that was healthy. It helped me to grow in my faith. And it taught me a bit of patience that these answers aren't going to come immediately. Oh yeah, we need a lot more. We need a lot more gifted youth ministers. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. So yeah, before I started this work, yeah, I had a lot of questions about my faith. Once I started this work, most of those went away because they resolved themselves. And more has not, my work has, how do I say this? It's bolstered my faith. It hasn't detracted from it in the slightest. And again, and as I said before, a lot of this is because of the fact that I approached my work as a form of worship. Okay, so anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, hopefully I'm not going to butcher this, but Celeria Rosencraw for $2 super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. And person says, congratulations, Dr. Falk. May your ministry grow. Well, thank you. We really appreciate the support and we appreciate the good wishes. We really also appreciate your guys' prayers. So keep praying for us because we do need it and we do really appreciate it. So thank you very much. And thank you for the super chat. Andres Forrester for $6.99 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. What was the most decisive factor for victory in ancient Near Eastern warfare? Logistics, manpower, battles, sieges, technology, leadership, etc. It's always going to be logistics. What do they say? tactics wins battle, logistics wins wars. It's true today, it's true back then. Yeah, an army runs on its stomach. If you can't keep your army fed, you can't keep them moving in the right direction, you're not going to win. One of the reasons why Alexander's army was so effective against the Persians was it was not the biggest. Not the biggest, not by a long shot. But it was fast. It was mobile. It could get in and out. It was well supplied. And because of that, the morale was really high. So even though Alexander's army was only about 50,000 people, it could easily take on a force many times its size because it was so well organized. The same thing could be said about the Romans too. The reason why the Romans were so effective was not so much because of its battle tactics, but because of its logistics. There was a whole core of people that followed the Roman legions. Cooking, cleaning, providing reconnaissance, intelligence. Camp followers, yeah. You know, these were important people inside of any military unit. You know, and you know, even early on, you had this. Like, for example, early Mesopotamian armies also had like shepherds. Shepherds would follow. Why did shepherds? Because they were looting stuff. And to get that stuff home, like, for example, flocks, they'd steal flocks. You needed shepherds to take the flocks home. Of course, that slowed down your army. This is how Abraham ended up being able to catch up. Yeah. Yeah, the army didn't keep the sheep with them. It was the shepherds that followed along that brought the sheep with them. So there's a whole lot there that I think is really important to winning a war. But wars are fought on one according to the logistics, not necessarily the manpower, not necessarily their tactics, not necessarily their army or technology. I mean, there's lots of instances where the lesser technology has won the war because of better logistics, essentially. So it does better weapons helps, better manpower helps, but your war is going to be won by logistics. Why the Romans won against against Carthage. The reason why they won was because the Romans kept destroying Hannibal's logistics. Okay, so let's go on the next one here. Mama for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. And she says, what rights did ancient Near Eastern women have? Property, autonomy. It depends on the culture. Okay. I'll speak to Egyptian women here. Egyptian women had a large number of rights. Okay. Probably more rights than most women in the ancient Near East. Egyptian women had the right to work. They had the right to earn income. They had the right to own property. They had the right to hold a job. They had almost the unquestioned right to adopt children. I mean, so unquestioned that their husbands couldn't question it. They had the right to enter and exit marriages on their own volition. So there was a lot of we got a duplicate question there that's going to get disqualified. So just keep that in mind. The 1019 question is going to get disqualified. So, anyway, so they had a lot of rights. They could pass on their property to who wants. They could liberate slaves if they wished. So women in Egypt had a lot of rights. A lot of rights. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope it helps. Okay, Sentinel Apologetics for $2 Australian. Hi Rob, how you doing? He goes, blessings David, I'll organize our review soon. Well, I was wondering what happened to that. I mean, you kind of fell off a cliff. I heard you weren't feeling well though, so I hope you're making a good recovery. Do pray for Rob. He's had some issues with his health, so please pray for him. And we're hoping that you get a speedy recovery very soon. Okay? So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to that review at your... Again, just contact me and we'll arrange it. Okay, Juan for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. He asks, best academic study Bible for the Old and New Testament? Thanks. There's not one that covers the Old and New Testaments. Okay. Best study Bible. It's going to depend on what kind of study Bible you're looking for. Because there's several of them out there. There's many study Bibles out there. And they all serve kind of different purposes. You do have some that are more focused on archaeology. You do have some that are focused on historical theology. Like, for example, the CSB's Ancient Faith Bible is more focused on historical theology. The ESV's Archaeology Study Bible is very good. So it's going to depend upon what exactly you're looking for here. There's many good study Bibles out there. There's a few out there that aren't good, though. More than a few, but generally, most of the study Bibles that are done for the Christian Standard Bible are excellent. And many of the ones for the ESV are also excellent. So those are the ones I would generally recommend. And I know there's a variety of those study Bibles. So you do have, if, for example, for the ESV, you got a general study Bible as well as, say, one that focuses on archaeology. So I do have the CSV study Bible, which is also very good. I would highly recommend that one. For some reason, even though it's sort of a Baptist bent, the CSV has produced some remarkably good study Bibles. I'm not exactly sure why, but it has. Also the ones on the ESV has also been very good as well. So I'm not exactly sure why that is, but it just seems to be the case. For one of the things I've noticed too is the ones for, say, the New King James versions tend to be very poor. New King James Version Bibles study Bibles tend to be very poor. And I think that some of that is due to the licensing. For some strange reason, if a study Bible committee has to pay a little bit more for the rights to do the study Bible for it, it tends to be better done than those who have to... than either those that are really expensive or those who are really cheap. And it's just something that's sort of I've noticed. Like, for example, the NASB has not very good study Bibles, but it's really expensive to license the NASB. A New King James Version, really cheap to license it. Really terrible study Bibles. The CSB and the ESV are kind of middle of ground between the two, and they seem to do... Those two Bibles have better study Bibles associated with them. Is that a coincidence? It could be. That could be just a coincidence. It's possible. But I've noticed that that's generally true. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helps. Thank you again, Jack Ray, for 10 extra Egypt in the Bible memberships. We really appreciate it. And without that, we wouldn't know who's lurking. So, and right now we have 63 viewers lurking at the moment. So, they're there. And we're up to 13,002 subscribers. So, I want to thank you all who have subscribed and who have decided to become members of the channel. We really appreciate the support. Okay, 18 Ministries again for $4.99. He asks, I remember you saying that the eating of flesh and drinking of blood that isn't about the communion. Have you changed your mind on that? Oh, no, I haven't. No, that particular passage is really talking about not the ability. It's not really talking about communion at all. There's no connection in that passage made to communion in the slightest. You know, Christ is still alive when he says that. So it's not talking about that. It's talking about commitment to him, as it were. So it isn't talking about communion as much as, you know, medieval theology thought it was. So yeah, and that's the $1 million question, isn't it? You know, what does it mean in terms of the living and not yet dead Christ? It's you're picking up your cross and you're following him. That's what it means. It means total commitment. So the context makes it really clear that that's what Christ means here is your total commitment to him. Is that you would be willing to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Do everything and follow in his footsteps. Do, as he uses in another example, pick up your cross and follow him. That's what it means. He is making a reference to the Passover, but what is the Passover again? It's God passing over the people who have total commitment to him. So, okay, Mama, for $5, sponsoring, thank you for the super chat, sponsoring Milo's question at 9:04 p.m. your time. Let's see if I can find it here. We would appreciate that if you put that into the repeat the question so we don't have to hunt for it. But 9:04. Because it just takes us too much time now to hunt for these. 9:04 my time. Go back further. 9:04. Okay, I see it. Milo asks, do you know any little-known disturbing ancient Egypt facts that you love to tell people, like, just to freak them out? Well, I mean, there's the infamous birth control ones. There is some reference to crocodile dung being used as a birth control in ancient Egypt. And yes, it's exactly what you imagine it to be. Okay. Yeah, it's disgusting. The other thing is that the disturbing fact about ancient Egypt too is when mummies get wet, they go to goo. I kid you not. A wet mummy goes to mush. And this has happened several times actually, especially during wars. This happened in Berlin, where during the bombing of the Berlin Museum during World War II, they had kept the mummies in, like most European cities, they kept the mummies and the Egyptian artifacts in the subway stations, in the underground train stations. And sometimes the water mains would break, and the tunnels would flood, and the mummies would get wet. What would happen with the mummies when they got wet is they would go to goo, the flesh would dissolve, and the mummies would collapse into a bundle of rags and bones. Ew, no, it's fine. Didn't need my lunch anyway. Yeah. Yeah, that was special. Art project gone wrong. Yeah, very wrong. Is it supposed to be gooey? Yeah, there's nothing pretty about a mummy that gets wet. Woo. That's probably the worst of it, though. Honestly. Well, I mean, I've seen these guys like. Yeah, DC says that's some real Wicked Witch stuff, level right there. Yeah. Well, I've seen these. Like, for example, like they'll do this. Like, they'll find these caskets from the Ptolemaic period that are beneath the water table, and they find a lot of these in the Ptolemaic period because of where those temples are situated, which is in the Nile Delta. Like at Top Osiris, you'll see they'll get a lot of these where say it's beneath the water table and they'll get wet and it'll all go to mush. Ancient history gamers, Sisenes the First was a wet mummy since his mummy was just bones when they found him in 1940. Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of the mummies at Tanis are like that because the Temple of Tanis was below the water table. So yeah, almost all the mummies at Tanis were like this. Were just bones. Okay. But what's interesting about the ones like at Top Osiris, was that the sarcophagus could hold water. So they would find these stone sarcophagi and some of these Ptolemaic temples that still have the water in them. Kovar says, some guy writing a mummy horror film is jotting this down for the ending. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, for example, as I said, the ones that like a Top Osiris and some of the Ptolemaic period temples, they'll find these sarcophagus that still have the water inside. And they'll often make this big deal. Oh, we found this sealed sarcophagus. And they'll make this a televised event where we're going to open this mystery sarcophagus that'll end the world. And they'll open this thing, and it's full of this rank smelling water. And there's nothing inside because all the bones have dissolved and all that, but all that's left is this sludge and rank smelling water. It's so disgusting. and they yeah, Mummy got the last laugh. Yeah, exactly. But I've seen this happen now on like 2 or 3 of these opening Egypt specials where they've got this Ptolemaic cursed sarcophagus that they're going to open up, and it's going to be something. Maybe it's Cleopatra inside. Maybe it's Mark Antony. And 9 times out of 10, it's just water. It's mush. It's mush and water, and it apparently smells horrible. Absolutely horrible. And there's nothing inside once they empty it, essentially. Because most of those Ptolemaic mummies are not well... They don't have, like, goodies on them that are, like, made of stone or gold or anything like that. Most of it is just painted wood. Painted wood and... Very older and crud. Amenthop, get the mop. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, those Ptolemaic ones, once they opened it up, Alexis says the mummy eats that cursed mummy narrative up. Oh yeah, totally. Totally. BC projectile vomits. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, this is disgusting. I mean, it's the worst. I mean, mummies and tombs and pyramids don't smell good to begin with. Okay. But you get one of these old sarcophagi that's filled with water, and oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's so awful. That's not going to be part of the tour. Just saying. Okay. All right, so let's get back to the super chats here. So, thank you, Mama, for sponsoring that gross question. We have you to thank for it. Okay, remember question from Vermin the Trash Rat. Thank you very much for the question. As to those who have never heard of the gospel nor Jesus Christ, what happens to them? Any books on the subject? I'm glad you exist. Well, I'm glad I exist too. Thank you very much. I would rather exist than not exist. Okay. This is a very controversial question. And there's a variety of opinions on this. There's those who think that people who have not heard of the gospel or Jesus Christ, they'll aren't saved and they go to hell. There are also those that also think that the salvation is not based upon what you know or don't know, but on what is your relationship to Jesus Christ. So there are people out there, and I think there's good warrant for this, who basically think that in the afterlife, they're presented with Jesus Christ and are given the opportunity to say, okay, yay or nay. And at that point, they make their choice. It's not that it's that in the afterlife, they have that, they will never get the option in this life. So they're given the option of, do you follow him or don't you? If they choose to follow him, then they are among the saved, even though they don't have the good works that go with salvation. On the other hand, too, they could just as easily reject. And if they easily reject, in that case, then it's then they're with the reprobate at that point. Okay? And I think that position is completely consistent with the Bible. I think that's completely consistent with the Bible. But the Bible doesn't specifically say one way or the other, okay? But I also know that salvation is a very low bar. It's also, the grace of God is exceptionally generous. Exceptionally generous. Generous enough to cover this situation. So given that principle of generosity of grace, this could easily be the case. And I think it's the most likely outcome here for those who don't know. Yeah. 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 Now, we don't know what circumstances under which that election would be made. But that is a possibility here, and it's not a possibility we can easily discount. So, I think that's the most likely outcome and likely possibility here for those who really don't know and have never encountered Jesus Christ at all. So that's, at the same time too, we are not supposed to be so much concerned with those who have not heard, but with those that we should be communicating to. So Again, we should keep focused here on getting... Yeah, on the off chance that they'll end up in hell, tell everyone you can, essentially. It's better they have multiple chances to choose than just one. So I think that's a really important point, too. They don't get an automatic in just because they don't know. I think that's really important here, is, you know, they don't get an automatic in because they don't know, but they're not automatically excluded because they don't know either. So in that particular case, I think it's much, much better that they learn about Jesus multiple times and learn the gospel here on planet Earth. And that seems to be the ideal that's extolled in the Bible as well. Yeah, and plus they have a better life here on Earth too. So there's a lot of benefits reasons why they should be evangelized too. Okay. BC here for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. How did the ancient Egyptians start fires? Did they have flint and steel, bow drills? They had both. And they used both for making fires. They did have flint, and they did use flint for making fires. There's a lot of flint in Egypt. I got a piece of it right here. Flint. So, and that is from Egypt. That is flint. So there's a lot of flint in Egypt. Yes, they did use iron and flint. They also had bow drills, and they did use those. So they used both methods. Steel was not so common in, say, the Old Kingdom. So steel was not so common in the Old Kingdom. So in the Old Kingdom, they would have probably used bow drills. Once you get to, say, the Third Intermediate Period, it's almost all flint and steel at that point. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Michael Gee for $10 New Zealand. Thank you for that super chat. Okay. He says, Joshua burned Hazor in about 1210 BC. Correct. But Judges 4:2, Hazor is back being ruled by Jabin. Not exactly, but we'll get into that. Do we have archaeological evidence of an immediate rebuild after Joshua's destruction of Hazor? Okay. No. There's the 1210 destruction of Hazor is the final destruction of Hazor. Okay. Now, 412 doesn't really... 4.2 doesn't say it came back, but let's pull that up and we'll see what exactly it says here. Go to Judges. This is where careful reading of the text comes in. 4. Okay. Now, this is not the best translation. It's not actually a... There's a better translation for this. I wish I had the CSV up here. Okay, then the sons of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord after Ehud died. And the Lord sold them into the hand of Jabin, king of Canaan, and says in this particular text, who reigned in Hazor. Now, the text doesn't actually say that. It says, who was king of Hazor. So that's what the text actually says. King of Canaan, king of Hazor. And commander of his army was Sisera, who lived in Harosheth Hagoyim. Okay. So the text here is actually saying that he didn't rule in Hazor, but he was king of Hazor. Okay, now, what is going on here is something what's called a transfer of flag. Okay, it's a transfer of flag. What you get in this particular case is, let's say you're leading a... Hazor was not just one city. It was a confederacy. Hazor was a confederacy of 5 kingdoms. 5 kingdoms. So what happens here is, like, for example, let's say you have a naval fleet, and in a naval fleet, you actually have many ships, but you have one flagship that commands them. Let's say the Mosca gets sunk. Not that that ever happened. What would happen to the Black Sea Fleet when the flagship gets sunk? The Mosca. The flag transfers to another ship. So essentially, another ship takes command of the fleet. So you have a transfer of the flag to somewhere else. Same thing can happen to cities, where you have a region like Hazor, where you have 5 kingdoms under the dominion of one city. If the capital city gets burned, the flag of Hazor gets transferred to another place. So, that's what's happened here. It's not that Hazor was rebuilt, because it wasn't rebuilt after 1210. What's happened here is that the flag has moved somewhere else. And basically, Jabin is continuing on as king of Hazor in name, but he's actually ruling from another place. Okay? So there's no rebuilding of Hazor after the destruction in 1210. But Jabin is ruling from another place in the name of Hazor. Just like when the Moskva was sunk, the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet was transferred to another ship. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Darkblade has a follow-up question here. Is it like how the Portuguese monarchy relocated to Brazil after Portugal itself was conquered by Napoleon? Yes. Yes, it was. It's very much like that. You see this all the time. Like, for example, you saw this in ancient times too. Like, for example, Pithom. Pithom's another example of this. When the water supply at Tel El Radaba dries up, the city of Pithom, which was the capital of the Cheku province, transfers to Tel El Mascuda. And Tel El Mascuda now becomes Pithom in the 7th century BC. So you've got a 13th century Pithom at Tel Radaba, and then you got a 7th century Pithom at Tel El Mascuda. And the reason is because the administrative apparatus moves to a different location. So it is very much like the Portuguese monarchy relocating to Brazil after Portugal was conquered by Napoleon. Okay, next one here is from the Silver Tongue Cavalier for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, how can we set up a podcast with you? Okay. I do most of my arrangements for podcasts, YouTube interviews through my Facebook. Okay. Basically, you have to become a friend of mine on Facebook. You basically tell me who you are as you do a friend request, and you contact me over Instant Messenger. And at that point, we discuss the details on Facebook. So that's generally how I do it. You can also do it through what's it called now? Twitter, but I use Facebook more for that sort of thing. Don't contact me through email. I'm not good with my emails. Definitely, Facebook is the way to contact me for setting up a podcast. Okay, and we can talk about the details at that point. All right. I'll usually the process involves you, of course, asking, because I don't trust myself on people's podcasts. But then I will check out your podcast and see if it's a good fit. Okay. If I say no, then it's probably not a good fit. I basically do podcasts. Agree to do podcasts on the basis of is there the possibility of a good conversation? If there's a good possibility of a conversation, I'll normally say yes. If there isn't, then I might say no. I haven't said no all that often, but I have on occasion. There's a couple of individuals who basically didn't want to understand my arguments. So it's like, okay, there's no possibility here of a good conversation, so I said no. But unless it's some situation like that, I'll usually say yes. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helps. Thank you for the interest. Okay, next one here is from BC for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think it's possible that some cryptids could be animals that have been possessed, enabling them to mimic human voices and contort them into strange postures and mannerisms, etc.? Oh, absolutely. Parrots are definitely possessed. Horrible birds. Horrible birds. Evil birds. They'll talk like humans. They'll take off your fingers. Yes, they will. Yeah, they have. They have taken off owners' fingers.
Yeah.
And they go, well, slander! Slander! Definitely possessed animals. But kookaburras are also possessed animals. And he got, well, her beak is too weak to break fingers. Yeah, but get a good macaw. Oh yeah, a good macaw can take off a finger. Ooh, woohoo! Well, that's true. A bunny can take a good chunk out of you as well. So, oh, there's that. They're certainly good at spilling things, aren't they? Darkblade 50 Devon says Falk would also call Canada geese possessed. Oh no, those are just the Antichrist. those are not possessed. Those are demons.
Yes, they're in.
Yeah, Canada geese are not possessed. They are the devil incarnate. BC, most parrots gnaw hollows in trees. A finger is no problem. Yeah, exactly. I saw an interview once from a bird sanctuary, a real bird sanctuary, not one of those that, pretends to be. And, this is one of those bird sanctuaries that says, don't buy birds. Okay? Now, I understand that, that some people have birds responsibly and all that, and there can be pets in the right way, but, they were saying how people want, birds that are quiet, that are friendly, that will talk. And it's like, yeah, don't get a bird. Essentially. Yes, they'll talk, but they won't be friendly. Okay, and they won't be quiet. Yeah, cockatiels are probably good. Yeah, cockatiel's okay. That's probably fine. But some of those parrots, wow. I mean, yeah, they're beautiful, but dang, they could take a chunk out of you. And I've seen people who've lost pieces of like fingers and such because, woo, because they can take a chunk out of you. Yeah. Yeah, Darkblade says, remember, birds are descended from theropod dinosaurs. Yeah. I can see that. What's it, those ones, what are the ones with the crests on their head? The big ones? Oh, the ones they have them in Australia? They're like that tall. Not emus, the other ones. The real what? No, not ibis. No, the ones that are really dangerous. Cassowaries. Thank you, Milo. Cassowaries. Oh yeah, cassowaries can kill you. Swans can kill you. Okay, what does this have to do with... Yes, I'm meaning cassowaries. Yeah, cassowaries are vicious. Ooh. Yeah, it's beautiful birds. Totally deadly. Okay. So in all seriousness, do you think that it's possible some cryptids could be animals that have been possessed, enabling them to mimic human voices and contort them into strange postures and mannerisms, etc., etc.? I think it's possible. We do know from the Bible that animals can be possessed under certain circumstances. Like, for example, when Christ drove out the unclean spirits into the herd of pigs, and the pigs went crazy and did a header into the river. Alexa's giving my local ravens Latin mass. Yeah, crows are pretty scary too in their own way. I made the mistake one of trying to help a crow out, and they were all calling death down upon me. For about 20 minutes. Yeah, they're so smart it's freaky. There's a reason they call them a murder of crows. Okay. But getting back to the original question, and in all seriousness, yeah, it's possible. It's possible. It's possible that that many of what's identified as cryptids could be animals that are possessed. That's possible. It's also difficult to prove too. So, anyway. Yeah, it's also equally possible that they're just wild animals exhibiting animal behavior as well. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, that covers that question and possessed parrots. Next question here is from BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. If you lived in ancient Egypt, what would your occupation be? What would my occupation be? Not a Magi assassin, that's for sure. I'd probably be a metalsmith. I'm very good at metalsmithing. So I would probably end up being a metalsmith. I'm very good at making knives. I'm good at making jewelry. I could easily adapt to life in ancient Egypt as a metalsmith. So I'd be in that craftsman class. Oxcart thief. It could be. Occupation slave. Well, a lot of us slaves were. Dr. Falk would be vizier. Well, not that political. Not that political. But I would know how to read and write in Egyptian. I would know how to communicate. I would know how to make stuff out of metal. I'd probably fit in very well as a metalsmith, really. No, I wouldn't be a prophet. Okay, so that would be able to be my occupation. False god. Okay, nice. Bible exegete says I'm Falk equals Horus. So I'm at the level of a false god now. Woohoo! Moving up in the world. Yeah, Andrew Graham. One where I don't lose my manliness. Yeah, stay away from guard of the royal harem. Just saying. Okay? As long as you stay away from that, you should be fine. Fine. Playing guitar for the Sound Foxes, huh? What's your favorite deep ocean creature? Probably the sperm whale. Sperm whales are cool and big and mean. Okay, next question here. Daniel R, sponsor question. Please pick a question next time, okay? If you want to sponsor one. Unless you have one sponsored in here already, so 10:30ish. Yeah, if you're going to sponsor a question, please tell us what question you're going to sponsor, just to keep us from hunting around. Okay, let's go that. We'll take that then. The 9:30. Yeah, vampire squids are cool too. Yeah, vampire squids are scary smart. The 9:30 you said? 9 o'clock. Actually, we'll take that one. Take that one instead. Gabe Reagan's. Gabe Reagan asks, have you seen Mike Winger's video on Benny Hinn? Have an opinion on Hinn? Yes, I do. I'm gonna lots of opinions on Benny Hinn. Benny Hinn is a recidivist con man, false prophet. Okay. I don't know why everyone's sort of getting themselves tied up in a knot right now about him, other than Winger is probably more influential right now on YouTube than a lot of other people. But this is not a current problem for Hinn. Okay? Hinn has been doing this stuff since the 1990s. Okay? Many, many, many people have called out Hinn on this. Okay? Benny Hinn is one of those gab it and grab it, positive confession, word of faith preachers. He has done despicable things. Really, really despicable things. I still remember his Africa crusade, where he went to Africa and he hyped up this crusade and goes, Jesus is going to show up at my crusade. I believe Jesus is going to show up. You know, I'm going to believe he's going to show up at my crusades. Jesus will appear at my crusades. People left their hospital beds en masse to go sick people to get healed at his crusades, thinking Jesus was going to show up. Jesus didn't show up. The guy is a horrible human being. Now, back in around 1999, and I heard this around 1999. One of the things I would do is I was a programmer in 1999, and I would spend late hours doing programming, and and this was when I was living in San Jose, California. The only channel that would pay all night long is the local religious channel. Okay, it's the only TV channel that would play all night long. So I'd listen to Benny Hinn. Didn't believe Benny Hinn. I wasn't a follower of Benny Hinn, but I would listen to him. And I remember once when his brother, his con artist brother, came on Benny Hinn's show. And he said, you know, I've got a revelation from God. And Benny Hinn goes, "You did? Oh yeah, I got a revelation of God from God. You know how many quarts of oil they used in the holy anointing of priests in ancient Israel? Oh, tell me, how many quarts of oil did they use? They used 6 quarts of oil to anoint the priests." Well, that priest there better not go near a candelabra. I'm just saying that. Otherwise, he's going to be on fire for the Lord. Stay away from the candelabras. He's going to be slip sliding all over the courts. But that's the sort of religious scam Benny Hinn plays. That's and it's just crazy that people keep swallowing this stuff from him, but he just keeps going back to the same old thing. Oh, you just need enough faith to be rich, and he healed. It's horrible. Because one of the things about healing is God doesn't know. I mean, God knows if he's going to heal you or not. God can say no to your healing. And that has nothing to do with how much faith you have. It's a terrible burden to put on a sick person that they're sick because they lack faith. It makes every bad thing that's happening to you your fault because you don't have enough faith to prevent it. He's a religious con man. He's always been a religious con man. So, the whole idea, well, we never knew he was a religious con man. Well, you would have. This is what I find really sort of disingenuous about this whole reaction to Winger on this. And it's not that Winger's doing anything wrong. This is not Winger's fault. But all the other people that are sort of chiming in this point, well, we didn't know that Benny Hinn was still doing this. What, are you brain dead? Have you not been watching his shows? Like, really? Yeah, I mean, we had a friend who went to a Benny Hinn crusade, and she thought God didn't love her because when she got touched by Benny Hinn, it didn't cure her eyes where she could see without glasses. She really thought God didn't love her. This man has been a perennial problem for 30 years. And then Winger does one video and people go, "Oh, I'm shocked that this is happening." You nonsense. Yeah. Yes. He caused the death of hundreds of people with his African crusades. He caused the death of hundreds.
The Bible is very clear. Will come like.
Yeah.
No man will know.
I mean, the fact is that if we're told, if someone says Jesus is in the upper room, do not believe him. If someone says he's out in the desert, do not go. My response to this is not so much that Winger's done something remarkable here. Winger hasn't said anything that others haven't said already. What I am really shocked at is the whole Christian community now going, I didn't realize this was happening. Just
Start taking
here's the thing. I am frustrated and exacerbated. I mean, I want to tear my hair out at the terrifying naivety of the Christian community. I mean, we're supposed to believe in the depravity of man. But we're going on in this Pollyanna, oh, I think he's a good guy. I think he means well. We've had an honest dialogue here. Oh. Oh, he's had several public repentances. He's repented many times. And then gone back to doing the exact same thing. That's not repentance. Yep. Yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy that'll take his jacket swinging and people fall. Slaying the spirit. He's a big slaying the spirit guy. Yeah. No, I think that I think it's one of those things where we as the Christian community are not being realistic. We're not being realistic with those around us. We don't see the world as God sees it. Yeah. Juan, Benny Hinn touched my eye, still colorblind. Yeah. Not surprised. We think. Mm-hmm. Well, I think that there's as I say, my problem here is not so much. I mean, I know there. I mean, yeah, Benny Hinn is a bad guy, man. He's a bad man. A bad man doing bad things. And these people are going to come. They've been around since the early church. You read Acts 1 and 2. It's like, it says in there that not everyone believed. These are followers of the disciples. Not all of them were Christians. So, bad men and wolves are a perennial problem of the church. They've always been there. They always will be there. What has changed is our terrifying attitude towards them. That's what's changed. The con men are the same. The wolves are the same. The wolves are wolves. They eat sheep. That's what they do. That's what a wolf does, is they eat sheep. Benny Hinn eats sheep. David Roll eats sheep. These are the parasites and the wolves of the church. They come in and they will eat sheep. That's what they do. That's the nature of a wolf. What the problem is today is the shepherds aren't protecting the flock. That's the problem. The shepherds want to go, well, we're all nice guys. We're all reasonable and nice, and where we can have a nice dialogue with each other, and we talk in a way that butter doesn't melt in our mouths, and we're all gonna simper and pretend that everyone's a Christian. And Gabe Reagan asks, are there any televangelists you think are genuine, not grifters or heretics? None come to mind. Here's the problem with televangelism. is televangelism is expensive. Really expensive. This isn't a problem for, say, radio evangelism. Radio evangelism is pretty affordable, okay? All speaking. So you can go to a local radio station, and if you got a good in with a local radio station, you can do your radio evangelism there for not that much, okay? It might cost you tens of thousands of dollars. Televangelism will cost a ministry hundreds of thousands of dollars an hour. Okay? Hundreds of thousands of dollars in network fees, in broadcasting fees, in electrical fees. It's really, really expensive. So this is why you always see televangelists just plying on more and more grift. Any sort of and you can always tell when, say, a ministry gets too expensive, because the level of grift associated with it increases with the expense of it. Okay? There's a certain channel right now on YouTube that's starting to sell statues of Shrouded Turin. Okay? Because their ministry has gotten too expensive. Okay? I won't name it. Most of you have probably guessed it already. But they've gotten too expensive. They're employing too many people for what they're doing. So, this is a problem. The shepherds aren't protecting the flock. So that's where we've come into a problem here. It's not that the wolves aren't wolves. The wolves will always be wolves. Wolves eat sheep. That's what they do. That's their definition. You know, kind of like the old Aesop tale of the snake. An old tale from Aesop. You know, oh, I'm so hurt. I'm hungry and I'm dying. Can you help me, old farmer? And the farmer goes, sure, yeah, okay. Feeds the snake. You know, rehabilitates the snake. And then he goes, oh, can you carry me, please? I'm really. The farmer picks up the snake, starts carrying it, and the snake bites him. And the farmer goes, well, why'd you do that? Now we're both going to die. Because I'm a snake. That's in my nature. It's in my nature to bite you because I'm a snake. It's in the nature of wolves to eat sheep. So that's never going to change. But our shepherds have to be good shepherds. And that's the problem. Shepherds are not being good shepherds. They're not protecting the flock. Instead, they act all surprised and astounded. Shouldn't. Because this is just the nature of wolves. I will take this super chat right now. It's at because it's timely. Celeria Rosencraw for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And person says, please let me know if you're a he or a she so I can get your gender right. Unfortunately, I must agree. The shepherds need to seriously up their game. Absolutely. I'm glad to have caught you again, but sadly must be heading off 1:17. Yeah, well, it's late. It's 11:20 here already. But thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate it and couldn't agree with you more here. Okay, let's get back to the super chats here because we still got a few left. Where are we? So that was the sponsored question. Next one here is from BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Yes. What technology that ancients had that most people would be surprised about? Things such as anti-Kithra mechanisms, weaponized mirrors, etc. Weaponized mirrors are not so much a thing. That's History Channel's garbage. One thing that would surprise people is automata, yeah, automata. I can't even pronounce it. But like birds, they would make these mechanical birds that would flap. Automata, yeah, automata. Sorry. Um, yeah, and entire flocks of singing, flapping birds. Like they made these around the pool of Herod at the Herodian. They have vending machines. They made vending machines for dispensing holy water at Greek temples. You put in a drachma, and it dispenses you holy water. Oh, they had a lot of automated stuff that we think would be modern, but is actually pretty ancient. They had human statues that would move and pose at certain times of the day. So yeah, they had some very interesting mechanical stuff back then. Stuff that we wouldn't normally describe to them, because a lot of it was gear work and springs and that sort of thing. Oh yes, I forget who that was. My producer reminds me of a certain early church father that was cast as a heretic once because he made a automatic servant that served dinner to the Pope, and that was seen as unholy. Okay, so the next one here, we'll take the next super chat here from Lego David for 10 Romanian. Thank you for the super chat. Did Canaanites practice cannibalism? Interesting question. There is one small piece of evidence that does seem to suggest they did in a one particular instance. We have some instances of in-house burials. Like, for example, people in the Canaanites would bury their dead under the floors of their house. Okay. Now, this is early Bronze Age. This is really early. There's no evidence that they continue this past the early Bronze Age. But there is some evidence that Canaanites ate the flesh of the deceased before burying the bones under the house. Okay. So, BC, ew. Yeah, so there is some evidence, some slight evidence that early Bronze Canaanites did practice cannibalism of the dead. Okay, so, but that's really, I think, the only evidence we have of the Canaanites practicing cannibalism. That's it. But still, um, kind of gnarly to think. Okay. Next one here is from Juan for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Why in academia is the New Revised Standard and the MPS the default choice? The reason why it's the default choice is it's the least religious translation of the Bible. That's essentially the reason. The New Revised Standard has a good base text. It uses the SBL version and the Hebraic Septuaginta texts. Both are very good critical texts, but the translation itself is the least religious of the translations. So basically, the New Revised Standard Committee, when they are given a choice between, say, a more secular translation versus a more religious translation, they'll take the more secular translation every time. And that's part of their that's part of their translation philosophy. So because of that, it tends to be the default choice in academia in most cases. I'll put that up there. BC. Canaan green is people. Yep. Alexis, no wasted meat. Ooh. Well, it's a protein. All right, let's get back to the Alexis, someone wanted a midnight snack? Yeah, let's not. Okay, BC for $2 Australian. Is Kenneth Copeland a cryptid? Could be. Could be. I kind of wondered if he was an ancient alien. I mean, he has that look kind of where he's looking into the camera. This. Looking in. You know, so... So, I have wondered sometimes if Kenneth Copeland is an ancient alien. Okay. I mean, it's weird how he stares into that camera at times. It's just weird. Alexis, he got the Hollywood stare.
Jack Ray. No.
Jack Ray, you don't look scary like Copeland. Well, I hope not. Just look confused looking in the camera like that. Okay, so betting on not a cryptid, but okay, the next thing is this thing on, yeah. Yeah, he's kind of got that look when he looks in this camera, you know, where it's just like this. I mean, first of all, his head's tilted back like this. I mean, his head is quite literally tilted back when he looks into that camera. And he gets straight up into the camera. And then he'll put out the two hands. Yeah, that's a shtick. The two hands like this. Yeah, the 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, exactly. That's really weird, but yeah. Yeah. He needs that private plane to pray to God faster. It's not just one plane. Dude's got like 7. BC, the demon isn't comfortable in the body. 7. Yeah. Oh yeah, you didn't know he's got 7 planes. He's got 7 private planes. He was one of those guys, you know, that was ever since his days as a young guy, he was a pilot. He was a pilot. He loves to fly. But should he have used ministry funds to buy 7 private planes? 1 for each spirit. Or is it 1 for each demon? I mean, I don't know. Maybe each demon needs his own plane. Alexis 7, no way. Oh, yeah. The IRS has looked at him several times. Because of the use of his funds, the ministry funds. For his, I mean, he's got a massive estate. Massive estate. You look at it, it looks like, you see his estate from the air. That's the only way you can look at it. I mean, it's almost like a private island in a river. I mean, it's big. It's got huge walls around it. It's like 100 acres. It's got mansions on it. Mm-hmm. No, I don't think he has much stored up in Stairs in Heaven. Yeah. Yeah, Copeland Island. Yeah, Copeland Island is a good way to describe it. I don't know if it's an actual island. It might not be. It might be connected on the other side, but it's got like water all around it. And it's yeah, it's oh, confirmed. Copeland lives on Zoo Ramses. But yeah, he's got 7 planes. He's got 7 planes. At least last time I heard. Chow Yi just rejoined. The moment I heard private jet and stairs, I thought of Copeland. He meant P. Ramses. Well, same thing. P. Ramses, Zoo of Ramses, same thing. Oh yeah. So it's it's just the excess here, the largesse is just really not becoming of a minister of the gospel. It really isn't. Now, look, I mean, I can understand a minister of the gospel getting so famous that they need private security. You know, even Billy Graham had private security because he got death threats. Okay, I understand if you're reaching millions of people that you need a proper security to keep you and your family safe. I get that. That's totally believable. I can understand that. Okay. And I can understand how even that can be expensive. I can get that too. I even understand that as well. But when your estate is hundreds of acres and you have 7 planes, nobody needs 7 planes. No one needs the ministry to fund 7 planes. I don't know what his setup was, really, honestly. I mean, frankly, most of what happens behind his closed doors is a black hole. We don't know. We don't know what happens on Copeland Island. Okay, we don't know what happens there. Nobody knows. Nobody has told. Okay, but it's huge. It's a massive estate. It's many acres. Cersei could be. But Copeland's ministry is probably one of the largest televangelist ministries out there at the moment. Larger than Hinn's. That's saying something. It's saying he earns more money than Hinn does. Yeah. 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 Gabe Raven says even the president only has 2 planes. Yeah, and that's Air Force One and Air Force Two, and that's for security reasons. Air Force One and Air Force Two is for security reasons. No, it's not private.
The president takes a whole bunch
Yeah.
of senators.
Yeah. Well, yeah, those planes are in contact with the U.S. Air Force at all times. There's constant communication between the U.S. Air Force and Air Force One and Air Force Two. There's never out of contact, and when it is out of contact, that's a panic. I had a friend who worked for the U.S. Air Force, and he worked at the telemetry station for Air Force One and Air Force Two. And he said there was once during the time of Jimmy Carter where they lost contact with Air Force One. Like for 20 minutes, they lost contact with Air Force One. And it was a panic. It was just a breakdown in communications on the plane. Yeah, they were panicking though. So that's a security issue. So
and a lot of times,
mm-hmm.
both planes.
Yeah, both planes fly. Yeah, Air Force One and Air Force Two fly together. Yeah, president and vice president never fly on the same plane. There's security issues involved there. It's not like the idiots in Ottawa who basically have one jet for the prime minister and it gets stuck at Haiti. It breaks down in his holiday in Jamaica, and they can't get the prime minister back because the plane's broken. It's not an international embarrassment like those fools in Ottawa. And it's happened twice. Happened twice that the prime minister's plane broke down in a foreign country. Yeah.
You're also due.
Yeah.
Because
Ancient history gamer, that would be a good excuse to leave him in Jamaica. Yeah, it would be. Love to leave him in Jamaica. Okay, but but in the case of Benny Hinn, you know, he's got 7 private planes. He's got 7 private planes. He doesn't need them. It's really just for his joyriding. Yeah. Yeah. Ego, and it's for joyriding, and it's not something that we would... A minister of the gospel shouldn't be doing it. Yeah. Yeah. And my to bring it back to the Bible, my producer says, you know, the Bible tells you to store up your treasures in heaven where moth and rust won't destroy. Guys like Copeland, guys like him, aren't storing their treasures in heaven. They're enjoying them here on planet Earth. Okay, so I think, are we getting close to the end here of the Super Chats? We are. Okay, we got one more Super Chat here, and then we'll take a couple of non-Super Chats, and then we'll call it a night. Okay, Subin Paul for, I think it's 40 rupees. Says, Leviticus 25, 46, 44 to 46. Does it apply at Jubilee or always? Well, let's pull it up. Out. Leviticus 25. $44 to $46. Okay. Let's see where we'll start reading. Okay, let's start at verse 38 here. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and to be your God. And if a countryman of yours becomes so poor with regard to you that he sells himself to you, you shall not subject him to a slave's service. He shall be with you as a hired man, as if he were a sojourner. He shall serve with you until the end of Jubilee. He shall then go out from you, he and his sons with him, and he shall go back to his family, that he may return to the property of his forefathers. Okay. This is talking about the freedom of the slaves during Jubilee. Debt slaves. Verse 44. For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt, and they are not to be sold in a slave sale. You shall not rule over him with severity, but are to revere your God. As for your male and female slaves whom you have, you may require male and female slaves from the pagan nations that are around you. Then, too, it is out of the sons of the sojourners who live as aliens among you that you may gain acquisition, and out of families who are with you, whom they will have produced your land, they also may become your possession. And you may bequeath them to your sons after you to receive them as possessions. You can use them as permanent slaves, but in respect of your countrymen, the sons of Israel, you shall not rule with severity over them. Okay. The whole sort of slavery of foreigners. It is true that back then that they were perpetual slaves. They were not freed at Jubilee. or after 7 years. Now, in the case of debt slaves are freed not only at Jubilee, but on the 7th year as well. So debt slaves are those who are fellow Israelites that have sold themselves into debt, and they are freed after 7 years. So the 44 to 46 is an exception to the freedom clause of earlier passages of Jubilee. So they are not free to Jubilee because they are perpetual slaves. So that's so in this particular case, in the case of foreigners and the slaves of sojourners who are foreigners, there's more than one type of sojourner, but the type of sojourner being talked about here is aliens. Okay, not Israelites. Oh yeah. Well, that's one of the issues too. Is my producer brought up here is, well, okay, if you free them, they don't get land. There's no land for them to go to. So, it's not like they can sort of pick up where they left off. So in that particular case, there's a pretty good economic reason why they are perpetual slaves, not just say freed after 7 years. After say the Israelite slaves, after they've served 6 years, on the 7th year, they're freed to go back to their lands. In the case of those who have, say, no land, because the land itself can be full temporarily up to 50 years. Okay, and that's your Jubilee. Your 49 years. Okay, your 49 years of Jubilee is in relation to land as well as to the people of the land. So what it's talking about in some ways here is in the context of Jubilee is the fact that maybe somebody had to sell both their land and themselves into slavery. Well, you can't sell the land permanently. That's not allowed. After Jubilee, it reverts back. But the people can be freed prior to then. At that point, they may work the land that they had been given in title to, even though they don't own it. In which case, they're treated like hired workers and not as servants as such. So, but then again, all of this is very complicated. The whole issue of slavery and how it applies and where exactly the lines are oftentimes very much debated. So anyway, I hope that gives you a little bit of help here. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Let's take a couple of non-super chats and then we'll call it a night. When is this? 11:36. I don't have 11:36. Who said it? 35. Okay, yeah, it's 11:35. Okay. Gaius Octavius asks, what was the Lord thinking when he created the monkfish and declared it good? Maybe biologically, but aesthetically leaves much to be desired. It's tasty! Come on! Monkfish is one of the tastiest fish out there. That's why it's good. It's not the aesthetics. It's not the biology. It's the flavor. Monkfish is definitely the flavor. They call monkfish amongst fish vendors poor man's lobster. It's called poor man's lobster because it tastes like lobster. And it's used as lobster substitute. A lot of people don't know that. It's got the texture and the flavor of lobster. It is absolutely delicious. So what was what was the Lord thinking when he created the monkfish? He's thinking, dang, it's ugly, but dang, it's tasty.
The Lord was thinking.
Mm-hmm. Oh, monkfish mac and cheese. Oh. 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 Yeah. Especially if you make it with brie. Brie mac and cheese with monkfish in it. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah. Definitely tasty. What about the bishop fish? I don't know anything about the bishop fish. Okay. Now I want to try it. Yeah, it's expensive too. You want to get monkfish? It's not cheap anymore. It used to be really inexpensive, but today it's actually quite expensive if you want it. Bane Ray says I'm allergic to lobster, so I'll have to try that. Yeah, it's a fish. It's a real fish. It's not a crustacean. It's very, very good though. Alexis, oh, they look ugly. Yeah, they are incredibly ugly. Definitely one of those don't judge a book by the cover. Absolutely, yeah. Paul Sabin asked, followed up, I was asking whether buying a foreign slaves was applicable only at Jubilee or at the time, any time it is. You could buy foreign slaves at any time. That wasn't applicable just to Jubilee. The Jubilee reference is talking about the domestic Israelites, not talking about this. It's basically this text was Leviticus 25 was talking about the foreign slaves as the exception to the Jubilee rule. Okay, so in Israel you could buy foreign slaves at any time, and the Jubilee rules do not apply to them. BC monkfish cooked in the deep fryer. Ooh, bad pun. Bad pun. Guys, Octavius, I won't try it, but I'll take your word for it. Oh yeah, I mean it's absolutely delicious. I mean, I would eat monkfish in a heartbeat. I would buy it if I could get it. I mean, it's not easy to get. So, yeah, I mean, delicious, absolutely delicious. It's more of an East Coast fish. We do get them on the West Coast, a few of them, but they're much more common on the East Coast. So, okay, so that's monkfish. You know, dang ugly, really, really delicious. Yeah, now everyone wants to try it. I've created a run on monkfish. Okay. 11:21. Let's see here. Ray. Okay, Bane Raid at 11:21. Any estimate on when your fiction series might be available? No. I've done 2 of the 3 books. I'm taking a little break from from writing book 3 to work a bit on proposals for other books. Just to sort of recharge my fiction batteries here. But I've got 2 of the 3 novels done. I still have to get a literary agent. I haven't done that yet. I wasn't planning on doing that until I get the 3rd book actually complete. So I don't know when they would be available. Okay, so not to keep you in suspense, but Ancient History Gamer, what is the series about? It's a oh, that's a good. How do I describe it? It's a science fiction series where people encounter, let's say, ancient powers. Okay? Ancient spiritual powers. Okay? So, it's definitely science fiction, but it's definitely has that bent of supernatural science fiction. So I still need a literary agent. I haven't gone through that process of getting one yet, but BC Stargate meets Michael Hazor. Yeah, you could say that. Very similar. Yeah. Kiara Falk has read them both. She has read both novels so far, and she's liked it. So it's received no Anunnaki. So it's not that kind of it, but something more akin to Egyptian. Okay? And that's all I'll say about it now. So, and no UFOs. It's not a UFO book. Okay. Okay. I'll take one more non-super chat, I think, and then we'll call it a night. No, let's take a different one. Okay, we'll take one more. One more non-super chat and we'll call it a night. Got one in mind? What time? All right, we'll take that one. Yes, and I try to stop him, so I'll take that one. All right, this will be the last one for the night. $17. Okay, 817 you said? Okay, from Martial Apologist. Urkesh versus Urfa for the City of Terra. Yeah, IP just put out a video on this, and I did all I could to try to get him to not put that out, because I think he's really wrong on this. And I think he's badly wrong. I mean, I don't look, I don't normally go out of my way to reach out to my friends who are about to put a video out that I think is deeply, deeply flawed, unless I think it's really, really badly flawed. And I saw IP's video on this, and I was very concerned. I reached out to him 3 times. He just wasn't interested in hearing me out. So it's like, okay, I know someone here was eventually going to ask this question. So it's like, yeah, okay. So here's what I'm thinking. Okay. Now the Urkesh versus Urfa thing, they're both in northern Mesopotamia. Technically, Urfa is north of Haran, and it's actually in Turkey. It's not actually in... well, it's technically still in Mesopotamia. Technically, it's really in Turkey. Okay? Urkesh is in Mesopotamia proper. Okay? Now, there's always going to be, in both cases, these are 2 competing candidates. But I think Urkesh is the much more superior view on this. Now, Urfa, everyone sort of agrees that the time frame for Abraham is going to be between 1700 and 1800 BC. Okay, everyone sort of agrees on this. So then, you're going to have to deal with several pieces of data here. Now, in the case of Urfa, he's got to try to reconcile that whole Chaldees thing. Now, they're going to try, the people who support the Urfa hypothesis are going to basically say that the Kashdim, and it's not Kasdim, it's Kashdim. That's Chaldean, okay, in Hebrew. It's Kashdim. And they're gonna the problem with the Chaldeans is they don't show up in the archaeological record until 1200 BC. The earliest instances we have for them are 1200 BC. So it's possible that this could be a retrojection. Now, the problem with this being a retrojection is that can't just be a retrojection. It also has to be a redaction. So you're ending up with a redacted text, because not only is this after, say, that 17 to 1800 BC period, it's also after the authorship of the Pentateuch. So you're basically having to say that a scribe goes in afterwards and adds kashdim to the text. Now, the problem was, Urfa was never a Chaldean city. It was never a Chaldean city. So you get into this very much a speculative mode here. The other problem is going to be there's another problem here, which is going to be a linguistic problem. The speakers of that come out of that Abraham represents are going to be, they're going to have a Western Semitic dialect of mostly Amoritic. Okay, Urfa's not an Amoritic speaking city. It's a Hittite speaking city. Dumu utushi, supiluliluma, that kind of talk. Okay, they're speaking Hittite in Urfa. Urkesh, they're speaking Amorite. They're speaking that Western dialect of Semitic. Okay? So, we know today that Hebrew is a direct descendant of Amoritic. So, this is going to be a problem for the Urfa hypothesis. The other problem with the Urfa hypothesis comes down to competing biographies. We have a candidate for Terah from Urkesh. And that is, we have a Teru from Urkesh that almost 1-to-1 matches the Terah of the Bible. Okay. He has a dead son who dies in Ur, of his Urkesh. Okay. So one of his sons dies there. He leaves the city after political strife. He becomes a sojourner, calls himself a Hapiru. He moves to Syria. And all this comes in the letters to Zimri Lim, king of Mari. So he's well documented. So if the Urfa hypothesis is true, we have two people with the exact same biography running around Syria at the exact same time. Both of whom had a son that died in Ur. That's one heck of a coincidence. It's one heck of a coincidence. And they don't bump into each other? In Haran? Really? The other thing, too, is Urkesh and Ur-Kasdim are incredibly similar. They are incredibly similar linguistically. Okay? The only difference is you have a dalet and a mem at the end of it. Okay? So it's very conceivable that a later scribe, for example, it could have been, what could have happened, for example, is that Urkesh could have been mimated. So you had Ur-Kashim, but doesn't sound good to the Hebrew ear, so the scribe, a later scribe, could have just said, oh, well, this is a typo. Obviously, a dalet needs to be in there, Ur-Kashdim. Okay? So, the whole fact that Urkesh and Ur-Kashdim are so close seems to be that there was a scribal correction here, not a redactive gloss. And I think that's a really, really important distinction to make. Because if you're talking about a scribal correction, then there's an original there that is compatible with the historic context of the 19th and 18th centuries BC. So I think the other thing I found of this video that I thought was really poorly done was his use of Dan in Genesis 14:15, where he says that was a later scribal addition, a scribal change to the biblical text, and that's wrong. I mean, that's so wrong. Like, for example, like the fact is here that when it describes Abraham following the Mesopotamians in the Mesopotamian coalition, it says that they went as far as Dan, north of Damascus, to Hobah. Well, the tribe of Dan never went that far north. The tribe of Dan only went as far north as Samaria. This is a different Dan. We have examples of this. For example, it's mentioned in the Amarna texts, and they're called the Danu. This is a group of Hittites, a Hittite tribe that's north of Damascus. So essentially, what's happened is, in that case, the Abraham is following the Mesopotamian coalition into the Danu, but the Danu is harsh on the Israelite Hebrew ears. So what they've done is they have just coalesced the reduplication. So instead of the Danu, they dropped the duh and just made it Danu. Dan. So, and we find records of the Danu all the way back into the Amarna period. So they would have easily have been around during the time of Abraham. So not the same Dan. And if it's not the same Dan, it's not a good justification for saying that Ur-Kashdim is a redaction. Terrible justification. So, I try to reason with him. Sometimes he just doesn't listen. Okay. Yeah, Alexa says, oh, dang, that changes the position a lot then. Yeah, it does. It really does. But you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, essentially. So, you tried. He was very convinced by Rendsburg, and look, anything Rendsburg says is going to be kind of shit. Sorry. But, Rendsburg is one of those guys that creates more problems for ancient Near Eastern experts. How do I say this? Rendsburg can sound really, really convincing to those who don't know what they're doing. Um, Rendsburg is one of those guys. How do I say this? He holds a very, very important seat in academia. He's a very important Hebrew Old Testament scholar. And he's vindictive. Okay. He's one of those guys, if you badmouth him, he'll make your life hell. Okay? So people generally don't touch him. So they don't touch him because of what he can do to your career. But I saw an interview once with Rendsburg on What Your Pastor Didn't Tell You. His name's Gary Rendsburg. Where he talked about Egypt for an hour. And I almost did a popcorn review of that interview because it was so bad. It was so badly done. There was just so many mistakes. But then again, I kind of thought, well, do I really want that trouble from Rendsburg? Not really. Like, I can stand to do without those problems in my life. So I didn't do that popcorn review. But it was so bad it deserved a popcorn review. Yeah, he can be sometimes. He can be, he has used his influence at times to, the few times I have poked at him. He's come back on me. Yeah. I mean, it is a problem where having integrity will hurt your career. Yeah. So, so yeah, but he's the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Okay, he's the 800-pound gorilla. You don't mess with him. You don't mess with him. Even if you disagree with him, you don't mess with him because he'll make your life miserable. So he continues to publish stuff, and people continue not to criticize his work because you just don't want to deal with the mess that comes with it. But you try to warn your friends about this, and they won't listen, and so, well, that's where you're at. Okay? Yeah, it's a different Dan. And it's not Urfa. It's Urkesh. It's almost certainly Urkesh. Not Urfa. So, with that said, we're going to call it a night at this point. We want to thank everyone who has supported the channel. We really, really appreciate it. As I said, it's been a lean month, so we appreciate all the super chats and all the donations. We can't get by without you guys at this point because we're doing this full time. Gren, thank you very much for helping us get to 13K. We do very much appreciate that. And now we're looking forward to 14. So. Yep. Yes, we've added another project on too. Yes, we just keep adding projects now that I'm full time. Yeah, we will announce the other project we're doing once it's done or close to, at least got a book contract signed. Okay. Once we get a book contract signed, we'll announce the other project we're doing. Okay? So, yeah, you guys are really helping us move the writing forward, and we really appreciate that. We need a Warhammer reference when we hit 40K. Well, I don't know. I mean, I get people on my channel who say, why don't you have 1 million subscribers? Well, we're a niche channel. So, we do definitely depend upon the generosity of our viewers here because we don't have those kind of numbers. So, anyway, I want to thank you all for watching tonight. Thank you for joining us. We had another great Q&A. And we really appreciate you guys joining us on your Friday night, especially a Memorial Day Friday night. I didn't even realize it was that time of year. So, thank you very much for joining us. I want to thank all our Patreon and our YouTube membership supporters. We really, really appreciate it. BC, truth isn't popular. No, never is. Never is. It'll get you into trouble so many times. And Jack just popped into 10 more memberships. Woohoo!
And Silverton.
Lexus, who's that? Silverton, California? Never heard of him? Dale McKenzie? I don't know these people. Who are these people? No, I'm just kidding. You guys I know. Uh-huh. I see what your pastor didn't tell you was there. Getting a membership. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, thank you, Jack Ray, for your generosity. We do very much appreciate it. So, anyway. Again, thank you also for all our regular members or subscribers who watch our stuff, who hit that like and subscribe button, and who share our URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out, and we really, really appreciate it. So anyway, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.